Hi, everybody. Check one, check two. Can anybody hear me? Welcome. Welcome. It's been a while since we've gone to the world of. I have scissors on my desk for no reason. Well, the reason is I'm making an owl bear from Baldur's Gate 3. Well, I'm making the first one. I plan to make more than one, and I was making his little ears, his little owl ears, um, before stream. So that's what the scissors is from. Anyway, um, it's been a while since we've been in the world of. Hello, Bjorn, Biff. It's been a while since we've been in the world of Babysitters Club. And yes, Taylor, I saw your comment. We did, in fact, read that entire book. What was that? Was it Christie's Secret Admirer? I ended up rereading the first chapter in its own. We gave it its own stream, and I read the whole thing cover to cover. So that is in the playlist that this stream is also in the Babysitters Club extended universe. So if you want to go see that, feel free. It is live on the channel to this very day. What's up? Where am I going? I'm going to the archive to let people know that we are live. Sorry, you're gonna get pinged if you're in the Discord. Nikamo, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you to all of my members. It means a lot. And also, by the way, if you're a member, I've just made it so that all tiers of members can see behind the scenes content, which is in a members only playlist on the homepage. So I'll be posting regularly to that. So yeah, just a heads up to all of our members. Yes, yes. We have enough members now that I can add some more emotes, and I really want a plant zaddy one, but I'm not sure what I want the plant zaddy one to look like yet. So we're working on it. I really wanted this emote. I am glad I also really wanted that emote. Hi, Jet Riding Optimus Prime. Hello, Tara. Hello, everybody. I appreciate every single one of you for being here. What was I going to say? Oh, I know what I was going to say. I was going to look up the playlist. So that I can direct everybody to it. If you wanted to see the Babysitters extended universe world playlist for the people interested. Let's see. Let's sort by updated because it should be. Yep, there we go. We're updating it as we speak. So I figured it should be one of the newest updated ones. Yes, we have covered, let's see, we've only covered a couple of the original Babysitters Club. We've done a lot of, we obviously did all the California Diaries, which if you were with us for that, that was a lot. But yeah, you can go find that. Here's the list link for those of you who want it. Hi, Adriel. Patrick has sent so many Babysitters Club. Also, Patrick, thank you. I got your mail today, which included some more BSC books. Thank you so much. Hi, Natty. It's good to see you. Hi, Luz. Hopefully not anything racist. I really wanted to do a fundraiser in reference to that. If you guys weren't here, we read a terribly racist short story in one of the Nancy Drew books from the 80s. I could not find a single charity on Tiltify that benefited the cause. I did find a charity that I really like called We Need Diverse Books. which advocates for diversity in children's books. So I'll do some more looking into that. But yeah, that was fucked up. It was really bad. It's my mom's birthday today. Happy birthday, Natty's mom. Thank you again for the little kitty cat. We love him. We've named him Thackeray Binks the Third. It was really rough, and it was only a short story. It was really awful. That made me very angry. Uh, you didn't know. No, it's okay. You don't. We none of us knew. It's just you know. It was important for us to talk about it because a lot of that stuff gets kind of glossed over. But here we are. And we addressed it and we talked about it, and now we'll never read it again. Third. I'm trying to catch up. I've been on for ages. We've missed you. We're glad to see you again. Depends on how old those books were. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't. You don't have to go back very far in history before we weren't having conversations that we should have been having. That doesn't make it okay. It just means that we see more of that problematic kind of stuff in them. Yes, no offensive content. Hopefully, we can just meme on how much we dislike Dawn as a character. Tonight we are reading Babysitter's Club. Let's see. Babysitter's Club Mystery 17. It's a plastic sticker, thank God. Dawn and the Halloween Mystery. This is one I believe where Dawn is in California. Hi, Jay. Hi, Fortnite Pokemon. I, of course, remember you. We're so happy to see you. Dawn is very toxic. And 4 days after. Oh. Yeah, Taylor. There was a lot of that. And it's not good, but I've missed who this person is. So Dawn is a character in the Babysitters Club, and she's just very mean. It's kind of a running joke at this point how much we hate this fictional child. She's just really mean to all of her friends and everybody, and I'm sure she'll do something very annoying to upset all of us in this book. But read the graphic novels when I was little. I don't think I've ever read any of the graphic novels. I know that I read a couple of these as a kid because they were like the biggest thing ever. But I don't really remember them. I wasn't like super into them as much as some people, so I'm kind of getting into them as an adult, reading them with you guys. So Dawn is Ned, not really just comparing. Hi, Chris. Welcome. Dawn moves back to California twice. Yeah, we've said that before. I can send you a link to GoFundMe for 2 people who suffered. In Discord if you want help. I will definitely look into it. River Fire. I don't know anything about that. That's very sad. I'll definitely look into that. I was talking about potentially doing a fundraiser for the Romani community because of we've been having to address some very racist things against them. But yes, I would definitely I would love to check that out and help if I can. 3D printing venture on. Woo! Congratulations. Netflix adaptation. I've heard that we're going to continue Animorphs. I'm sure we will at some point. We just Friday nights. We it kept being like 7-hour streams on Friday nights, and it was just it was a lot. It was I was very exhausted, and so we took a step back for a little bit. But yes, we'll surely continue Animorphs. What the fuck is it with older books? I don't know. I think we like to think that we became like politically correct a lot earlier than we actually did. And when you read some of these, especially kids' books back, which I swear has less moderation than I, I swear they just let kids' books do whatever. It's just like, okay, oh, all right. If you don't know, ooh, Elemental. If Elemental's here, drop me the link to that channel. Maybe we'll figure it out. We'll get back to him, I'm sure. I know everybody misses Animorphs. Reading the worst witch series. I would very much like to. I don't own any of the books. I'll have to look and see if I can find them online anywhere. Got that fungus. It's just part of covering nostalgic stuff. You know, sometimes you're like, oh, look how fun and wholesome. We all have good memories. And then sometimes you're just like, okay, we need to talk about this now. You guys don't interrupt. We can I could be less distracted by chat, but I like chatting. I like the chat. I like hearing what chat has to say. Oh no, you're going to see well, she's in California, so we'll see the I Heart Kids Club members, and we might hear about some of the BSC members. I'm not sure. But I guess we'll see. But this is where she is in Sao Paulo. Hi, Ellery. Send positive vibes to Chad and Avery. Thank you, Ellery. We appreciate you, dude. This book is from 1994. It's not an Avery stream without being like, we all talk. Oh, yeah. I enjoy having a small enough stream that we all kind of get to be heard. Sorry, Palo Alto. Forgive me. Palo Alto is the city in which she lives. All right, Dawn and the Halloween Mystery. I was gonna say something else. Oh, if you're looking for pop culture curiosities, I'm going to premiere it at the end after this stream, just because it was ready to go like right as I went live, and I didn't want people to feel like they had to choose between two or overload people's timelines. So we'll premiere it. I'll redirect you guys to it at the end of this stream, and then you guys know I'm experimenting with the manual ad system now that YouTube has, so I will run an ad. We'll see. I'll run an ad every chapter or two. The Avery overload, no. It gets referenced often by me as being not that long ago. I have to pause and second reconstruct. I know, it's so much. It's crazy how far away from the 2000s we are. Like they remade the Bowling for Soup song 1985 and they called it 2002 because it's the same amount of time, and everybody went, ugh. Oh, was it 2004? It might have been 2004. You know, there's tons of versions of that song. Oh yeah. All right, let's get going. 1894. Right. Okay. 2002 is the one I was thinking of. That's the one that features Bowling for Soup. Um. Yes. Okay. Anyway, let's get reading. Let's see. Chapter 1. Huge muscles, said Jeff. I mean, really huge, like this big. He held his hands apart to show me, and a totally gruesome mask. And all in red, right? I asked, grinning. Or did you change that to purple? I think I've decided on green, said Jeff after deliberating for a second. Green is the most monsterish. My younger brother Jeff is 10, and if anybody knows what makes a monster monsterish, it's him. He and I were sitting at the kitchen table that October afternoon eating the nachos our housekeeper, Mrs. Bruin, had prepared for an after-school snack and talking about Jeff's Halloween costume. He had a sketch pad in front of him and he was drawing costume ideas with his markers. My name's Dawn Schaefer. I'm a little old for trick-or-treating. You are not. I trick-or-treated all through high school. I'm 13 and in the 8th grade, but Jeff gets really excited about it. He loves to create elaborate costumes, and he and his friends spend hours making game plans about which neighborhoods to visit for the best booty. When the trick-or-treating is over, Jeff carefully counts and organizes his loot. And then he hoards it, eating only a little bit each day in order to make it last. Sometimes, when he's feeling extra generous, he offers me a Snickers bar or a pack of sweet tarts. Dawn, eat a Snickers bar. But I always turn him down. I can't stand junk food, candy included. I don't mind if he eats it once in a while. That's his business. He usually eats pretty healthy stuff. But I hate the idea of putting refined sugars and weird chemicals in my body. What was the best Halloween costume you ever had? Jeff asked, helping himself to a nacho. A long string of cheese stretched between the nacho and the plate, and Jeff carefully reeled it in and piled it on top of his chip. I thought for a minute. I guess it would have to be the Pippi Longstocking, I said, smiling at memory. I must have been about 7 or 8. Mom braided my hair and put wires in it so it stuck. What? So it stuck straight out and we painted freckles all over my nose. What is Pippi Longstocking? I have no idea what that is. And I wore this hilarious looking pair of Dad's shoes. You know how Pippi always wears those big shoes? I do not. Oh, yeah, and Dawn's like the poster child of that weird diet culture. Apparently, I'm out of the loop and everybody else knows what Pippi Longstocking is. I've never heard of this before. I'm sorry. Okay, hang on. Let me Google it. I've never seen this before. I'm so sorry. Uh, Hi, Laser. Sorry, apparently I have a blind spot for Pippi Longstocking. Anyway. Like, I must know. Well, everybody else was like, you don't know Pippi Longstocking? Yes, anybody, if you could like the stream, it helps people know that we're here. So thank you very much. Okay. What was I that year? Jeff asked. You were a mouse, I said. Jeff made a face. A mouse? How nerdy. No, you were cute, I said. You were a totally adorable little mouse. Don't you remember? You've seen the pictures. Mom must have shot a whole roll of us in those costumes. Oh, yeah, said Jeff. Then all of a sudden we both stopped talking. The only noise in the house came from the living room where Mrs. Bruin was vacuuming. I could guess what Jeff was thinking about because it was probably pretty close to what I was thinking about. We were both seeing those pictures. A young Dawn with the same long, pale blonde hair and blue eyes and An even younger Jeff with matching blue eyes and that familiar, funny cowlick in his hair. Our eyes and hair are still the same, but everything else has changed since the pictures were taken. Since those pictures were taken. That was a long time ago, Jeff, I said gently. It sure was, said Jeff, looking sad. Sometimes it's hard to remember what it was like when Mom and Dad were still together. Oof. Our parents are divorced. For now, Jeff and I are both living with my dad in the town where we grew up, Palo City, California. That's outside of Anaheim, where Disneyland is. My mom lives in Stony Brook, Connecticut, which is where she grew up and where our grandparents, Granny and Pop Pop, still live. Jeff and I both moved out to Connecticut with Mom after the divorce, but Jeff never adjusted to life in the East. He ended up coming back here to live with our dad. I adjusted to Connecticut just fine. I made tons of friends, partly because I joined this cool club called the BSC, or Babysitters Club, which I'll explain more about later. Oh, we know. And one best friend. Her name is Mary Ann Spear, and now she's my stepsister, too, because Mom married her dad. My mom married her dad. Anyway, while I did love living in Connecticut, I also found that I missed Jeff and my dad tremendously. That's why, excuse me, I decided to come back out here and live with them for a while. Now, being in California again has been pretty wonderful. I belong to a club here, too. It's called the We Heart Kids Club, and all my best California friends are in it, including my oldest best friend, Sunny Winslow. Sunny, my girl. She and I grew up together. I love our house out here. It's all on one floor, built around a courtyard. And it has these long, cool, tiled halls and skylights in every room. They had moved by the time California Diaries happened, because she specifically talks about going upstairs. I think. Sunny calls it Casa Schaefer. That just means Schaefer house in Spanish. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mrs. Bruin keeps the house spotless, and she's also a wonderful cook. My school is great, and I've even grown to like Carol, this woman my dad is engaged to. We had our ups and downs at first, to put it mildly. She's still so mean to Carol. Poor Carol. But you knew there was a but coming, didn't you? Here it is. But even though I love California, I'm not totally happy here. I miss my mom like crazy, and I hate being away from Mary Ann and my other friends in the BSC. So, I know it won't be long before I go back to Connecticut to live, and of course, when I do, I'll miss everybody out here. Being a divorced kid is, I mean, you're not divorced. You're the child of divorce, but I know what you mean. Is never easy. For me, it means my life is always like a puzzle with one lost piece. It means I'm always missing somebody or someplace. I don't mean to complain. You always mean to complain, Dawn. The truth is, there's a good side to my bi-coastal life. I have 2 sets of wonderful friends, 2 great houses to live in. The one in Stony Brook is an old farmhouse that's probably haunted, and 2 parents who are probably happier now than they were when they were together. That's a whole lot more than some people have. Paper mache, paper mache? Jeff asked, interrupting my thoughts. What? I asked. Do you think I should build the muscles out of paper mache? He showed me the sketch he'd been making. Foam rubber might be easier, I said, turning the sketch to look at it. You could stuff your costume with it. Great idea, Jeff said. He took the sketch back and started to draw some nasty-looking fangs on the mask he was planning. Mrs. Bruin bustled into the kitchen. Hi, kids, she said. How are the nachos? Terrific, I said. Thanks. Glad you like them. She reached into a closet, pulled out a sweater, and threw it over her shoulders. I'll see you both tomorrow, she said. How's Nicholas? I asked. Nicholas is Mrs. Bruin's newest grandson. She's spending a lot of time at her daughter's house lately, helping to take care of him. Oh, he's a little charmer, she answered. Did I tell you he's cutting his first tooth? She shook her head. They grow up so fast, she murmured. Then she smiled at me, waved, and headed out the door. Mrs. Bruin's been working at our house less lately, partly because of her grandson, but partly because we don't need her help as much these days. Why? Because Carol's around all the time, and she helps out a lot with the cooking and cleaning up. Carol. I should tell you more about her because she's becoming a pretty important person in my life. In fact, soon she'll be my stepmother. That's kind of hard to imagine because Carol really isn't a motherly type. That's bullshit, Dawn. Sorry. interjections. Um, in fact, even though she's a grown up, I think she may be cooler than me. She has cool clothes and a cool haircut, and she drives a cool red sports car, and she knows all about the coolest new groups since she loves to watch MTV. And music's still on MTV. At first, I wasn't thrilled by my dad's hip girlfriend. I think I felt a little jealous of Carol. Okay, I felt a lot jealous. Ready for a confession? When Dad and Carol got engaged the first time, I freaked the first time. The there was more than one engagement? Okay. I freaked out. I went so bananas that I actually bought myself a plane ticket and flew back to Connecticut without telling a soul. She's 13. She probably was younger when this happened. That didn't go over too well with either of my parents. I was back in California before I'd even gone through jet lag, and I did a lot of thinking during the zillions of hours of babysitting it took to earn enough money to pay my dad back for the plane ticket. Ever since then, I've tried to be more accepting of my dad's relationship with Carol. Lately, it's been easier because I've discovered that I actually like her. Especially that doesn't last for long. She gets back to hating her by California Diaries. Especially compared to some of the other women my dad dated during a time when he and Carol were on the outs. Anyway, I guess that was before the second engagement. Anyway, by now, Carol has become a regular at Casa Schaefer. She's here for dinner, probably 4 nights a week. She and my dad cook together a lot, and Jeff and I get stuck with the dishes, which I really don't mind all that much. She helps Jeff with his math homework, and sometimes she shows me things I can do with my hair, such as make these awesome braids I'd always wanted. When we watch movies on the VCR, Carol always sits on the green couch next to my dad. That's like her spot now. She's definitely becoming part of the family. Lately, Carol and my dad have been talking a lot about wedding plans. They haven't made too many decisions yet, even though they're getting married in December. But I do know that I'm going to be a bridesmaid and Jeff will be the best man. We're both pretty psyched about it. Oh, that's cute. That night, Carol came over just as my dad arrived home from work. Jeff showed them the plans for his costume. Whoa, said Carol, pretending to be scared. Love it, said Dad. Then he turned to me. How about you, Sunshine? What are you going to be? Sunshine is his pet name for me. Oh, Dad, I said, I'm too old for that stuff. He sighed. I remember when you used to get so excited about Halloween, he said. I guess my little girl is growing up. Do you remember when you dressed up like that book character? Pippa Longsocks? Pippi Longstocking, I said, laughing. I do remember. I was just telling Jeff about that. Dad looked at both of us fondly, and I could tell he was conjuring up that same batch of pictures we'd been thinking about earlier. You guys are a treat to come home to, he said, sounding a little choked up. Aw. Then he smiled. And speaking of treats, look what I brought home for dessert. He showed us a white bag with red writing. Apple raisin turnovers, I said, from the Natural Baker? He nodded. All right. That night, after dinner of Carol's favorite vegetable chimichangas she cooked, and those outrageous turnovers for dessert, I wrote a short letter to Mary Ann. Dear Mary Ann, I've been thinking, oh God, the handwriting is giving me flashbacks to California Diaries. I'm not ready. Dear Mary Ann, I've been thinking about Halloween in Stony Brook and how it's like something out of a storybook. The chill in the air, the pumpkins, the piles of leaves to shuffle through, the smell of wood smoke. It's not the same in California where the palm trees are green all year round, but the kids here get just as excited as the kids there. Is the BSC planning anything special for Halloween? I'd love to hear about it if you are. Meanwhile, WBS. I miss you like crazy. Love, Dawn. P.S. Give my mom a big hug for me. I miss her like crazy too. What is WBS? That's something else I'm missing. Oh, I didn't know that. About the Miyazaki movie that got canceled. Right back. Oh, right back soon. Thank you. Never used that one. Back in the letter writing days. Okay, let's use what bookmark do we want to use today? Let's use. Ooh. Oh, oh, oh. Nope. Don't. Ah. Everything's falling down. Let's use um, the Wicked Witch one. My mom gave me this one. Put it here for those of you who haven't seen it. You put it in the book like so, and the little Wicked Witch is flattened. All right. Heads up, I'm going to try to run an ad. Let's see how this works. I don't know how many of you are actually going to get them. CC shopping. Me who has premium. Sure, go ahead. Totally fine. I'm not offended if you guys, well, premium, you guys are, I'm getting a cut of your premium. So you're helping without having to watch the commercial. Bullshit, you're never too old, right? I'm not offended if you guys use an ad block. I get it. Premium, yeah, YouTube premium subscribers, there's a, like, I still don't understand how it works, but YouTube will, like, divvy up the percentage of, like, how many, like, things you watch on YouTube, and, like, we get a percentage of it. I've never, like, looked into the analytics, but apparently. I get a percentage. I'm not sure what the percentage is, but, my ad had Jenna Ortega on it, so that was nice. Oh, nice. Okay. Let's read chapter 2. Always give Avery money. Thank you, guys. Oh, Natty, I don't know if you were in here when I said it, but I've started a members-only playlist of, I've been just kind of doing, like, not vlog, but, like, vloggy shorts where I'm just doing, like, behind-the-scenes stuff, and all tiers of members. I've set it up so that all tiers of members can see it, so for those interested, that's a perk that you guys all have for being awesome. So, don't really buy too much into that. Skip ad effect money things. I'm not sure, and it's not. If it does, it's not enough to care. So, please skip the ad. I don't want you to have to watch the whole ad. All right, let's go to chapter 2. This is a bookmark that somebody made and gave me at con. It's a very nice bookmark. Shout out to whoever it was that made it. I'm not sure. Chapter 2. Oh, I never read the back of the book. The back of the book, by the way, says America's favorite babysitters are detectives too. Halloween is coming, and Dawn and her friends in the We Heart Kids Club are almost as excited as the kids they babysit for. Then, just before the big night, a masked robber holds up a store in Dawn's neighborhood, and Dawn witnesses the getaway. Okay, we're just gonna get into it. So then, right as class was ending, I finally figured out what Tom Swanson's eyebrows have always reminded me of, said Sonny, giggling. You know how dark and bristly they are? Now all I'm thinking of is Ron Swanson. Wait, what? What did I miss? I did see when I looked it up that there was a that there were live action movies. I'm not sure that we are Kids Club, right? Okay. Well, Well, I guess I was staring at them, and then all of a sudden it came to me, and I started to crack up. Caterpillars. They look just like a couple of wiggly caterpillars sitting there on his forehead. We all cracked up. Tom Swanson is somebody I've known since first grade, and now that Sunny mentioned it, I could see exactly what she meant about his eyebrows. Don't make fun of those of us that have bushy eyebrows, okay? We got enough to deal with. Nothing says happy Halloween like a child witnessing a local robbery heart, right? Um, it was Wednesday afternoon, and my friends, it is Wednesday, my dudes, Sunny, Maggie, and Jill, and I were hanging out at Sunny's house, eating 5-grain tortilla chips with freshly made organic salsa. Every once in a while, the phone would ring, and one of us would answer it. For example, it rang in the middle of our laughing fit about Tom Swanson, and since I was the first one to catch my breath, I grabbed it. After listening for a moment, I put my hand over the receiver. It's Mrs. DeWitt. I mean Cynthia. Anybody want to sit for Eric and Ryan on Sunday? Maggie reached for the record book. It's hard to tell with all these crossouts, she said, but it looks like you're the only one free, Dawn. Okay, I said. I took my hand off the receiver and told Mrs. DeWitt. Lately, she's insisted on being called Cynthia, but I keep forgetting that I'd be there at 4. That's how we arrange babysitting jobs in the We Heart Kids Club. I guess you could call our get together a meeting, but it wasn't much like the meetings we have in my other babysitting club back in Connecticut, the BSC, with Christy the Overlord. That's my interjection. When I first returned to California and the We Heart Kids Club invited me to be a temporary member, I was shocked how laid back they were about running meetings. But now I'm not only used to it, I like it. I just hope I don't act that casual back in Stony Brook during a BSC meeting. Christy would have a cow. Christy Thomas, that is. She's the president of the BSC and the one who thought up the idea for it. And since the California club is based sort of on the Connecticut club, maybe I should explain a little about the BSC first. The BSC grew out of an idea of Christie's. She guessed that parents would love being able to call one number and arrange for a responsible sitter. Her guess was right, and the club has been successful from the start. Here's how it works. The BSC meets 3 afternoons a week from 5:30 to 6, and parents can call during those times to set up jobs. The club secretary keeps track of everyone's schedule in a record book, so when calls come in, she can check to see who's available. Christy also dreamed up the club notebook where members record the sitting experiences for everyone to read so that they know what's going on with the regular clients. The club treasurer keeps track of how much money everyone earns and also collects dues to help pay for things such as the phone bill. The phone belongs to the vice president, and the club meets in her room. It's all very organized, unlike the We Heart Kids Club, which has no officers, no treasury, and no club notebook. The We Heart Kids Club recently began keeping a record book and having one regular meeting a week, but only because we got really, really busy after a local TV station did a story on us. Christy was pretty jealous about our brush with fame. Christy makes a terrific club president because she's full of energy and great ideas. She's also used to dealing with groups of people since she has a large and complicated family. She and her 3 brothers, 2 older and 1 younger, grew up with only their mom to take care of them. And after their dad walked out on the family, then her mom got married again to this humongously rich guy who has 2 kids, a boy and a girl, from his first marriage. They live in Christy's house part-time. Once they were married, Christy's mom and stepdad decided to adopt a little girl together. Then Christy's grandmother moved in too. Now they all live happily in a gigantic mansion along with an assortment of pets. The club secretary is Marianne Spear, my best friend and stepsister. Marianne is also Christy's best friend, and while the 2 of them look a lot alike, they're both on the short side with brown eyes and brown hair. Do not call me out like that. I don't appreciate it. They have very different personalities. Marianne is shy and sensitive and more of a listener than a talker. She's also completely lovable and the best sister I could have asked for. Her mom died not long after Marianne was born, and her dad brought her up on his own. Until that is, he got back together with my mom, whom he had dated when they were both in high school. Both in high school, as Mary Ann would say with a sigh, it's such a romantic story. Mary Ann has a boyfriend named Logan Bruno, who manages to be both a regular kind of guy and the sweetest person in the world. He's an associate member of the BSC, which means he helps out when things are busy, but he doesn't attend meetings regularly. The vice president of the club is Claudia Kishi. We love Claudia. Claude is Japanese American and drop dead gorgeous with long, shiny black hair and almond shaped eyes. Claude may not do as well in school as her older sister, who is a certified genius, but she has her own talents as an artist. She's about the most creative person I know, and not just when it comes to drawing or painting. She's also creative about her appearance. For Claude, every outfit and every hairstyle is like a piece of art. As vice president, Claude doesn't have many duties except for answering the phone during non-meeting times, but she's taken on snack provision as her unofficial duty, and she puts her heart into making sure there's plenty to munch on at every meeting. The We Heart Kids Club members, who are natural food lovers like me, would die on the spot if they saw how much junk food Claude can put away in a day. She should be in the Guinness Book of World Records for most Cheetos consumed. Claudia's best friend and shopping partner is Stacy McGill. Stacy is the club treasurer, a job that's tailor-made for a math whiz like her. She's an only child who grew up in New York City, and she's way more sophisticated than anyone else I know in Stony Brook. She has stunning blue eyes and blonde hair that's usually permed into wild curls. Remember when perms were really big? Stacy's parents are divorced, and her dad still lives in New York. She visits him often, making sure to pop into Bloomingdale's to check out the latest fashions while she's there. When I'm in Stony Brook, I'm the alternate officer to the BSC. That means that I can fill in for any officer who can't make it to a meeting. While I'm here in California, my job is being covered by Shannon Kilborn, who's usually an associate member. Shannon lives in Christie's new neighborhood. She's one of the best students in her private school. She's one of those kids who not only gets all A's, but also belongs to every single club. Everybody I've mentioned so far, including the members of the We Heart Kids Club, is 13 and in 8th grade, but there are 2 BSC members who are 11 and in the 6th grade, Jesse Ramsey and Mallory Pike. They're junior officers, and while they're both great sitters, they're not allowed to sit alone at night yet, unless it's for their own families. They take care of a lot of the afternoon jobs. Jesse and Mal are best friends, and they stick together like glue. Jessie is African American, and she's a serious ballet student. She has a younger sister and a baby brother and an aunt who lives with her family. Mal, who has reddish brown hair and glasses and braces, comes from a gigantic family. Are you guys loving all of this useless exposition about characters that we're probably not even going to see in this book? She has 7 younger brothers and sisters. She wants to be a writer when she grows up. Now, a typical BSC meeting follows a predictable pattern. Everybody has his or her usual spot to sit in, and they settle in. And as they settle in, Claudia passes around the snacks. Christy calls the meeting to order exactly 5:30. If it's a Monday, Stacy collects dues. After that, the phone usually starts ringing. And with the help of Mary Ann's perfectly kept record book, the jobs are assigned. Christy keeps the members focused on club business most of the time anyway, and at 6 o'clock sharp, she declares the meeting adjourned. We Heart Kids Club meetings are nothing like that. My friends and I didn't have any regular meeting times until recently, and even now, the meeting time isn't strictly enforced. For example, that afternoon, I had arrived at Sunny's house at 10 to 5, since our meeting was supposed to start at 5. I've been well trained by Christy, who's a total stickler for punctuality. Sunny and I hung out gabbing about her new mountain bike until Maggie showed up around 10 after. Jill cruised in a few minutes later, and a few minutes after that, we decided we might as well start the meeting. Not that it made much of a difference. We talked about the same stuff after the meeting had started as we had been talking about before. Oh, there was one item of club business. Maggie told us about a new way to make guacamole she'd just learned. Recipes aren't a part of the BSC agenda, but in the We Heart Kids Club, we believe that natural foods are the best for adults and kids. We're constantly collecting recipes to add to our health food cookbook and our personal recipe files. I looked around the room at my friend Sunny. At my friend. Sunny is a strawberry blonde with freckled, rosy cheeks to match. I've known her for what seems like forever since her house is right down the block from mine. We've always felt free to wander in and out of each other's houses, borrowing each other's clothes and swapping books of ghost stories, which we both love. Mrs. Winslow, Sunny's mom, is like a second mother to me. She's a really talented potter. Mr. and Mrs. Winslow used to be hippies. In fact, Sunny's full name is Sunshine Daydream Winslow. She'd probably kill me if she knew I was spreading that fact around. We've always thought it was the neatest coincidence that her real name and my family nickname are the same. Jill Henderson has blonde hair, so dark it's almost brown until you see her in the sun when all the golden highlights shine through. She has velvety brown eyes and a sweet, serious manner. Jill lives in a little house in the hills with her mom, who's divorced, her sister Liz, and her 3 boxers named Shakespeare, Smee, and Spike. Wait. Oh, right, Jill. This is Jill. Poor Jill. Jill got screwed over come California Diaries. They're so ugly, they're almost cute, if you know what I mean. The dogs, not the Hendersons. Don't you dare say that. I'm sure they're the bestest boys. Now, Maggie Bloom does not have your average hair. First of all, it's really short, except for a tail snaking down her back and spiky. And second, she's always got some color streaked in, such as red or purple or green. Maggie has the most style of any of us. Even Claude and Stacy would be impressed. Maggie knows how to combine thrift shop threads with hip accessories and shoes to make a fashion statement that can't be missed. If she sounds cool, she is. And get this, she's even cool about the fact that her house is like a major gathering place for the biggest stars in Hollywood. Her dad's in the movie business, and people such as Christian Slater are always dropping in for lunch or for a swim in the Bloom's gorgeous pool, which is surrounded by palm trees. In fact, Winona Ryder had given Maggie the guacamole recipe she told us about. Not that Maggie would show off about something like that. To her, it's just normal to be trading cooking tips with a huge star. She'd barely finished explaining how to make the guacamole that afternoon when the phone started ringing like crazy. Halloween was creating plenty of work for the We Heart Kids Club. Parents were asking us to do everything from helping make the costumes to taking their kids trick-or-treating on the big day. So they don't want a parent? Okay. Typical parents and kids books, I guess. We scrambled to fill the jobs, and by the end of the meeting, the record book was packed with entries. Christy would have been proud. After all, even if the We Heart Kids Club isn't run exactly the way she would run it, it's still based on her idea. And just like most of her other ideas, this one is a huge success, both the East Coast and West Coast versions. All right, we've gotten through the slog that is the exposition chapter. Woo! Now we get to read the good part of the book. Parents in real life. Aww. After I know Adriel, all of this makes me sad too. One long explanation later. Um like perfectly happy. I know, right? She won't shut up because this is all from her perspective, yeah. Yep. All right. Let's see here. What did I miss in chat? Anything? OMG, Dawn, shut up. But she won't shut up. No. Any of this going to come up, or are we being expositioned all about characters? I think we're all being expositioned about characters we're not even going to see in this book. We know about the BSC. Treasure. His face is on the money as well. I'm glad you clarified because Dawn would absolutely say that, right? It's Happy Halloween like a child witnessing a local robbery. Yep. I'm back. I had to get snacks, but I'm back. And dear God, I watched what I missed on double speed, and wow, this was a lot. Yeah, you picked a good time to go get a snack. There's always like an exposition dump chapter of Babysitter's Club, but it's funny because I don't even think any of this is going to become relevant. Like, at least in the regular Babysitter's Club books, it's like, okay, if a kid has just picked up this book for the first time, and this is the first in the series, this is letting them know like who everybody is. But like, I don't think I don't think any of the 10 pages we just read were necessary. Anyway, yes, this is book number 17. You can read them in any order. No, picking up 17 by chance. I mean, kids definitely did. Kids' books, especially in this time period, were always written thinking that a kid might pull any random one off the shelf. Because remember, these books are not like linear. This isn't like the California Diaries where you had to read them in order. You can pick these up in literally any order. We have gotten Expo on the We Heart Kids Club members. We did, but it was just a little bit at the end. Maybe it's the writer like trying to appease people that are upset that they're not going to see any of the other characters who are more beloved than Dawn. Dawn is not a favorite character. I don't even think Ann M. Martin, who writes the books, likes Dawn. Maybe she's trying to appease us by being like, I'm sorry none of the other characters are really in this one. But yeah, way too much exposition. Anyway. Chapter 3. Ooh, turn it up, turn it up. I love this song. Carol beat out the rhythm on the steering wheel while she waited for the light to change. I reached over to crank up the volume. The light turned green, and we sailed down the road singing along at the top of our lungs. What's wrong with this picture? Nothing as far as I'm concerned. I've learned to enjoy Carol's company, but a few months ago, I would have thought that a lot was wrong. I thought grown-ups should act like grown-ups. They shouldn't sing along to the radio. You hear that, adults out there? How dare you sing along to the radio? That's for children. Or if they do, they should sing to Frank Sinatra or some other creaky dinosaur. How dare you? Not to the Batmatics, whose song I Don't Love You Anymore was blasting out of the speakers that day. Also, I thought grown-ups shouldn't wear sunglasses with neon orange frames or ripped jeans and MTV t-shirts. Damn, Dawn is gonna have a time of it when she's an adult. Hannah Martin had a habit of using our slur in some of her, so that one. Copy. I don't know that we've hit any of those yet in the books that we've read. I don't remember. Yeah, in the 90s, that word used to be, before it was a slur, it used to be like a medical term, and then like by the 90s it was already being used as a slur, but like people in pop culture weren't like talking about it yet, so yeah. It's very common for this period, unfortunately. What the fuck is she saying? Yes, drag Sinatra. But yes, thank you for the heads up. I will keep an eye out. And obviously skip. Yeah, I read one or two of the BSC books. Zero care into what they were. Serious just because they looked interesting. Yeah. It's sort of like when I was reading Nancy Drew growing up. I didn't read them in order. I just kind of read the mysteries. I started with the ones that looked most interesting and then worked backwards. And I read them all out of order. And plus, sometimes you would just like go to the library. I would do this as a kid, and you would just kind of borrow whatever was there, you know. Which is what Carol had on, and it ripped jeans and MTV t-shirt and orange neon glass sunglasses. I guess I also used to think grown-ups shouldn't drive little red sports cars, but I've changed my views. Whatever Carol wants to do is fine with me. If she can be a grown-up and still be cool, I can deal with it and even like it. I've come to accept the fact that I will soon have one of the hippest stepmothers in history. Hey, there's Sunny, I said, turning to wave. As we passed her, Carol punched the horn 3 times, and Sunny grinned and waved back. I swear there's nothing like the feeling of riding along in a convertible with your hair streaming behind you. I could definitely get used to this. Okay, said Carol, reaching over to turn down the radio. She had just pulled into the shopping center we had been heading for. It was late on Saturday afternoon, and we were doing a few errands before dinner. Now, what stores do you need to go to? Mainly just Coppler's Drugs, I said. I wanted to look for this new mousse I saw in an ad. It's supposed to make your hair really shiny. I could use some too, Carol said, checking herself in the rearview mirror. Get 2 cans, okay? She handed me a $5 bill. Sure, I said. Oh, also, I have to go to Ellie's Variety to pick up the green paint for Jeff. Not just green, Carol reminded me with a smile. She imitated Jeff's earnest directions. Monster green, like it should totally look slimy and gross. Right, I said. I pretended to write on an invisible notepad. Slimy and gross. Well, I'm going to copy quick. Oh, copy quick. Okay, but it's spelled interesting. Said Carol, and maybe while they're copying my stuff, I'll run over to Sam's Deli for some of those pickles your dad loves. We sat for a moment waiting for the song to end, and then she turned off the engine. Meet you back here in, say, 10 minutes, she asked, raising her eyebrow. Fine, I said, and hopped out of the car. I headed for Coppler's Drugs and pushed the door open. Immediately, I smelled the drugstore aroma, a mixture of cologne, Band-Aids, jelly beans, and suntan lotion. What do Band-Aids smell like? I took a deep breath and smiled. I happen to love drugstores. It's so much fun to cruise the aisles, checking out new products and considering each of them. Should I get some of that new apricot cleansing mask? Or how about a new loofah? I could spend hours in a drugstore, but that day I headed straight for the mousse and gel section. I found the stuff I was looking for, and I took 2 cans of it up to the register. Carol would be back at the car in 10 minutes, and I didn't want to keep her waiting. Now I went into Ellie's Variety. I love variety stores too. Oh my god, Dawn! Where else can you find construction paper, alarm clocks, baby t-shirts, and coffee mugs with cute sayings on them all in the space of a few feet? Target. If there actually is an Ellie, all I can say is that she must love Halloween. That store was decorated within an inch of its life. There were cobwebs draped over every shelf, and witches and skeletons dangled from the ceiling. Cardboard jack-o'-lanterns danced along the walls, and there were bouquets, there's hair in my face, of plastic autumn leaves everywhere. Looking for something, somebody behind me asked. I turned and almost jumped out of my skin. Standing in front of me was a mummy draped in ratty old bandages, shreds of which hung from her outstretched hands. Then I noticed the Ellie's badge pinned to the mummy chest, and I giggled. Nice costume, I said. Thanks, said the mummy. How can I help you? I'm looking for some green poster paint, I said. It's for a monster costume. Ah, she said, then you'll want our special Halloween scene paint. Perfect, I said. Lead me to it. I followed the mummy to a display of paint and poked through the colors until I found a green I thought Jeff would like. Gross, I said. Isn't it? Asked the mummy, looking pleased. Now, will you be needing some bloody fingers or perhaps a hanging eyeball? I love this character. We don't even know their name. Not today, I said, but I may be back with my brother. I took the paint to the register and paid for it. So, this is for your brother, said the mummy, who had ducked behind the counter to ring up the sale. What are you going to be for Halloween? Oh, nothing, I said. I'm too old for that stuff. Too old? Never. Halloween is everybody's chance to be a kid again. You should definitely dress up, she nodded earnestly. I'll think about it, I said, smiling. Drop in any time, she said the mummy. I'll be glad to help you figure out a costume. She handed me my change with a mummified smile. I took the paint and headed out to the car, hoping I hadn't kept Carol waiting. Luckily, she wasn't there yet, so I climbed in, to wait. I settled back in my seat and picked up the moose, sorry, um, to look it over. I had been thinking I'd try it as soon as I got home, but when I checked the directions, I saw that you were supposed to use it on freshly washed towel dried hair. I stuck it in my backpack figuring I'd use it the next morning after my shower. That's when I heard the scream. I glanced around trying to see where the sound had come from, but there was nobody in sight. Then there was another scream, and somebody came flying out of Speedy Jack's, the convenience store Carol had parked in the front of. Hi, person. I'm sorry. I'm streaming. I'll message you back. Somebody in a big, bright, silly-looking clown mask with a huge red smile and shocking pink hair. I laughed at first, thinking that it was another clerk from Ellie's, and I saw the door of the convenience store bang open, and a woman in a pink smock stood in the doorway, cupping her hands all around her mouth. "Stop him!" she yelled. "Call the cops! We've been robbed!" Just then, the clown, who had run across the traffic lane, stumbled and caught himself on the fender of the car next to Carol's. I stared at his back for about 5 seconds while he got his balance. I couldn't have moved a muscle even if I'd wanted to. I felt paralyzed. Then he stood up straight and headed for a black car that was parked nearby. A red nylon bag bumped against his knees as he ran. He jumped into the car, started it, and took off with a screech. The sound echoed in my ears. It seemed as if the whole thing had happened in a slow motion. A second later, Carol arrived at the car. "What's happening?" she asked, looking first at my face, which must have been dead white, and then to the crowd gathering around the clerk in front of Speedy Jack's. A police car pulled up with its blue lights flashing and its siren wailing, and then another one pulled up right behind that one. "A robbery," I said to Carol in a shaky voice. "I saw the robber." "Did he have a gun?" Carol asked, her eyes wide. She reached over and put her arm around my shoulder. "Oh, honey, how awful. A gun? I don't know," I said slowly. Then the idea was terrifying. I didn't actually see the robbery. I just saw some guy running away. I gave a little shudder to Carol and Carol hugged me closer. 15 minutes later, I was in a little room in the police station drinking water out of a paper cup and listening as a police investigator, Officer Garcia, asked me question after question. Carol was out in the lobby calling my dad to let him know what had happened. Officer Garcia was a small, black-haired woman with a gentle voice and very serious attitude. This perpetrator was armed, she had told me. He showed Ms. Casey his gun and forced her to empty the cash register. Ms. Casey was the woman who had been behind the counter at Speedy Jack's. She was being questioned in another room. "Now, you said he was only about 5'8" or 5'9", said Officer Garcia, pacing the room. Short for a man. I mean, isn't that kind of average? Maybe not. I feel like that's average. "Okay, tell me again about what he was wearing," she said, sitting down and flipping back a page in her notebook. "Black jeans, right?" I nodded. "And a black sweatshirt. He had on a pair of those fly-high sneakers, too. Fly-highs are the coolest brand around these days. Not too many people have them yet, but all my friends want them. Their logo is a shooting star, and it's imprinted on the treads of the bottom." Okay, there's a crime, Dawn. I need you to pay attention. I'm sorry. I know, I have ADHD. I get it, but still. "And the car?" asked Officer Garcia, her voice still gentle. "A black Chevy Cavalier," I said for what felt like the 40th time. I had recognized the car because it was just like the one my stepfather drives, only his is red. No license plates, but it had a bumper sticker from Frank's Franks. The name made me want to giggle for some reason, even though I knew giggling wouldn't exactly be appropriate. I realized that I might be sort of in shock. "Okay," said Officer Garcia, flipping her notebook shut. "Enough for now. Thanks for your time. Just be sure to call me if you think of anything else." Are minors allowed to talk to the police without their parents or anything around? Huh. Be sure to call me if you think of anything else. She handed me her card. Then she stopped me as I stood to leave. "Dawn," she said, "I just wanted to ask you one more time. Are you sure he didn't see you?" She gave me a very intense, serious look. "I'm sure," I said. All at once I understood what she was worried about. If he had seen me, he would know I was a witness and I could be in danger. But I was positive his back had been toward me the whole time, hadn't it? I walked out into the lobby where there was a bustle of activity. People were coming and going, phones were ringing, walkie talkies were letting out bursts of static. I heard it all as I went, as if I were in a dream. Come on, honey, said Carol, coming up to me and taking my arm. We'll be home before you know it. You can take a long, hot shower and then relax and have dinner. Remember this when you think about how mean Dawn was to Carol in the California Diaries. Great, I said. I suddenly remembered the mousse I'd bought. It seemed like years ago that I had done my shopping. I thought of Ellie's variety and all the Halloween stuff and gave a little shiver. I'd never think the same way about masks, especially clown masks again. My mom hates clowns and she also hates masks. She would hate this. Oops, I flipped it the wrong way. There we go. That's the full effect. Um All right, let's see. What did I miss? Snot green. Ew. What the fuck is she saying? Um, and then she'll go back to hating her stepmother. 2 cans for $5? I thought the same thing. Dear God, inflation is wild. Oh yeah. Did she say mousse? She said mousse like Mousse, like hair product. The goosebumps green. Yes, I believe that's what he was looking for. I just like that she went into a drugstore looking for a whole moose. Two meese, actually. Nieces. Have you guys ever seen on Jeopardy, this one guy, I think it was like last year, he was like, they were like, the question was like plural for the answer was moose, as in more than one, but moose, you know. And the guy said, "What are Mises?" And Ken Jennings said, "No." The vomit color of green. Ugh. 2 seconds and content. Wait. Oh, he was referencing the mummy. Not the clowns. Only in America. As a completely normal thing for some rando to have. I hate it here. I know, right? Oh, the are you my mummy? That episode terrifies me. 5'7". I guess depending on how tall you are. I'm 4'11", as you all probably know. So everybody's tall to me. Um. Wait, what's illegal? What's like very illegal? Wait, I missed something. Oh. Probably when I said talking to a minor as a cop without an adult. Yep. Especially in questioning a parent or someone representing the child should have been there. Technically, no one should be talking to the police without legal representation, but if you're a minor, you should at the very least have a parent. Like, that's like illegal, like you said, to not. Not illegal, trust me. didn't come get me, so the cops were allowed to question me alone with no lawyer because my parents said it was fine. Yeah, you should have. Anybody can ask for a lawyer. I think. Oh no! Hi, Texas. Good to see you. Um, I'm sorry that happened to you, Taylor. Reading that hurt. Um, what did you say? Every time I hear that, it repeats for hours in my head. Sorry if you're referring to me. Oof, that's a lot, Texas. I was sorry, Mises. Ooh, ooh. Um. All right, I'm gonna try to run another ad. Apologies in advance. Since we're at a stopping point, I know some of you aren't getting the ad, so. Oh, poor kitty. All right. Like for those. So what's the ad world like for those of you who have them? Oh, like how much like monetarily for the channel? Um, the ads definitely add up at the end of the month. Um, it's part of how we can support ourselves as creators. I do feel bad about manually running them though. YouTube just like changed everything, so now I'm just like, ah, I mean I can't just like have one run every hour. I mean, what ad was playing? Oh, what ad everybody was playing. Yeah, let us know what ads you got. Let's see. All right. Should be Coffee Mate has a brown butter chocolate chip cookie creamer, like coffee creamer out, and it's my new obsession. I love it. For those of you who also drink coffee. It's better than being randomly in. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like either I run them manually, you know, every so often, or we risk being interrupted in the middle of the book, which is annoying. So, welcome back, everybody, from Ad World. Sorry I had to do that to you. Let us continue with our story. You know what Jeff said? I asked my friends. It was Sunday, the day after the robbery, and we were gathered at Sunny's house for an emergency meeting of the We Heart Kids Club. Sunny had called the meeting as soon as she'd heard about the robbery. What? Asked Jill, giving me a concerned look. He thought the whole thing was totally awesome, and he wanted to know what kind of gun it was, I said tiredly. It took me, Dad, and Carol about half an hour to convince him that it wasn't awesome at all. To him, the robbery seemed like some cop show on TV or something. Maggie shook her head. Does he understand now? She asked. Oh, definitely, I said, especially since he heard Halloween might be canceled. He's totally bummed. Halloween might be canceled. What? All the kids are, said Jill. It's awful. Think of how we would have felt back when we were little. Halloween is like the biggest holiday in the world for kids. I remember Halloween is canceled maybe because there was a drugstore robbery. Huh? I live in a big city. That's just a regular occurrence. Like when you live in a populated area, I can't imagine everything shutting down for like petty crime. Anyway, Hell, when I lived, like, out in the sticks, we had petty crime. What do you mean? Halloween was canceled was because of Hurricane Sandy. Yeah. Here in 2020, we didn't do trick or treating because of the virus. But we did a Halloween scavenger hunt for the kids, so like we could socially distance them, and like we all put like fun things to look for, like teddy bears and things like that, in the windows, so they could go around and look and still have like a fun like Halloween thing to do. But they didn't have to like go door to door and like take candy from people and potentially get sick. Um, Halloween is very important to my neighborhood. It's one of the reasons I love living here. I remember one time when I had the chicken pox on Halloween, mused Maggie. I had to sit inside on the couch. My mom let me wear my ballet costume, but it wasn't allowed to go out of the house. I watched all the other kids come to our door for treats, and I sobbed the whole night. Aw, how tragic, Sunny said, stifling a giggle. It was, cried Maggie, bopping Sunny with a pillow. It probably scarred me for life. We all cracked up, but the laughter didn't last long. There was a serious problem to talk over. Halloween might end up being canceled in Palo City. Word about the robbery had traveled fast. Even before the story made the evening news, phones were ringing. The parents in our town have this phone tree they use for school news. One parent calls two others, and then those two each call two more, and so on and so on. Oh, the 90s. Before Saturday evening was over, every parent in town knew there had been an armed robbery right in the middle of Palo City. They also knew that the gunman had escaped. It hadn't taken long for the parents to make some decisions. First of all, until the robber was caught, there would be a curfew in town. No kids under the age of 18 would be allowed out after 7 p.m. unless they had an adult with them. That was pretty strict, but what came next was worse. Unless the gunman was caught before Halloween, there would be no trick-or-treating allowed at all. All the kids were upset, and understandably so. Here it was a week before Halloween. They'd been planning their costumes for months and dreaming of bags stuffed with miniature Milky Ways and Skittles, and now the big event was called off. But Halloween, or the lack of it, wasn't the only thing on our minds that day over at Sunny's. My friends naturally were worried about me, plus they were all really troubled by the thought that there could be an armed robber hiding out in our neighborhood. "Where do you think he might be?" asked Jill, biting her thumbnail. She quit chewing on her nails a while ago, but sometimes when she's nervous, the habit comes back. "He could be anywhere," Maggie answered. She was lying across Sunny's bed, hugging a stuffed crocodile, Sunny's childhood companion. His name is Captain, to her chest. "She's right," said Sunny. She sat on the floor, toying with her hair. After all, once he took off that clown mask, he'd look like anybody else. I think we should try to find him," I said suddenly, surprising everybody, including myself. "What?" asked Sunny. "Guys, this is... I guess Babysitters Club have already solved mysteries. This might be the first one for the We Heart Kids Club." "I said we should find him," I repeated, more sure of myself this time. I mean, I know what I'm doing when it comes to detective work. If we caught him, it wouldn't be the first time I helped solve a crime. "Aren't you scared, though?" asked Jill, looking at me with big eyes. "Sure," I said, shrugging. "I'd be dumb not to be. The guy does have a gun." Oh my god, my AdSense might be pulled just for the amount of times I've said pew pew. But I know how to be careful, and anyway, wouldn't it be great if we really did catch him? I leaned forward. "Just think. The kids could go trick-or-treating after all that. They wouldn't have to spend the rest of their lives remembering the time some crook ruined their Halloween." Maggie was nodding fast. "You're right, Dawn," she said. You're absolutely right. Don't tell her she's right. It gives her more power." "Agree," said Sunny. Her eyes were sparkling. "After all, how hard can it be? You saw the guy. There are plenty of clues, right?" Whoa, said Jill. "Hold on. I want to know one thing before we jump into this. What do we do if we catch him? Make a citizen's arrest or something? I mean, he has a gun." I didn't even have to stop to think. "Here's what we do," I said. "If we find out where the guy is, we immediately call the cops and let them take care of it, okay?" "Okay," said Jill after a second's hesitation. "What do we do first?" Let me think about it, I said. I'll figure out a plan. Don't take too long, said Sunny. We don't have much time if we want to save Halloween for the kids. I have another idea about that, said Maggie. I've been thinking, what if we don't catch him? Shouldn't we do something else to make sure the kids have some fun on Halloween? Great idea, I said. What should we do? Well, I was thinking we could throw a party for them, said Maggie. At the elementary school. That way they can still wear their costumes and we can give out prizes for the best ones. Plus, we can have treats and games. Bobbing for apples. Bobbing for apples. I'm not down with bobbing for apples. It feels very unsanitary. Something you think about now that I'm living in a post-COVID world. I love it. Let's definitely plan it. My mom knows the woman who's president of the PTO. I bet she'd be happy for us to put together a party. The PTO would probably even help us fund it. Jill grabbed the notebook from Sunny's desk. Okay, what kinds of things should we do at the party? We all started talking at once. Planning the party was much more fun than sitting around worrying about the robber with a gun. They're really coming for my AdSense today. Hi, pizza. Disease is just waiting to happen, right, pizza? No, Jill's totally right. Poor Jill. No one listens to her ever. And then she just kind of gets, ditched from the whole group. We all started talking at once. Planning the party was much more fun than sitting around worrying about the robber with a pew-pew. I was still determined to find a way to catch the guy who had robbed Speedy Jacks, but until we could start working on that, the party was a great distraction. Maybe Ellie's Variety will donate some decorations, I said. They have great stuff there. Jill made a note. And how about if we set up a haunted house in one corner of the gym, Sunny asked. Where you blindfold the kids and make them feel different things like peeling grapes for eyeballs? Oh, I used to hate those as a kid. And cooked spaghetti for brains, Jill added. We can make a tape of spooky noises, I said. Jeff would love to help with that. He does a great ghostly wail. Ghosts, said Sunny. We can read ghost stories in another corner. Her eyes were gleaming. Sunny loves ghost stories as much as I do. You already told us that, Dawn. As long as they're not those really, really scary ones you guys are always reading, said Jill, who was scribbling fast, trying to take down all our ideas. Oh, they would love creepypastas, wouldn't they? I have a collection of tamer ones, Sunny assured her. The ones I used to read back in 4th and 5th grade. They'll be perfect. How about some other game, asked Maggie. Like maybe pin the broom on the witch? Everybody nodded and Jill made some more notes. I love when 13-year-olds who are children talk about younger children like the 13-year-olds are adults. You know what I mean? It's hilarious. Jill made some more notes. We have to have food too, said Sunny. Let's check our recipe files and figure out what to make. The party was already beginning to take shape. I could have talked about it with my friends all afternoon, but I had to leave if I was going to be on time for my sitting job with Eric and Ryan DeWitt. As I headed out to Sunny's room, I heard Jill say, "Toasted pumpkin seeds, perfect." I knew the party was going to be great. Toasted pumpkin seeds don't really taste like anything, though. Maybe I'm just a hater. At the DeWitt's house, I found Eric and Ryan playing kickball in the yard with a little boy I'd never met. Just as I walked up the driveway, Eric tackled Ryan, wrestled the ball away from him, and ran past me to the house. "Touchdown!" Eric cried as he leapt over the front walk. "Hey," said Ryan, picking himself up and brushing himself off. "Since when are we playing football?" "Since about 10 seconds ago," said Eric, grinning. "That makes the score 18-2. You and Timmy get the ball now." Eric's 8 and Ryan is 6. Timmy seemed to be about Eric's age, although he was smaller. "Hey guys," I said, "how about taking a break and introducing me to your friend?" "Hi Dawn," said Ryan. "This is Timmy. He lives across the street." Do you guys remember, have any of you seen Drew Gooden's Christmas mail video? It's one of my favorite videos on all of YouTube. His Timmy house. I loved it so much, I put a reference to it that nobody but me and Spencer, I think, appreciate in our short film that we made a couple of years ago called Satan Claus. Anyway. Um, this is Timmy. He lives across the street. He just moved in, added Eric. He's in my class at school, too. I nodded. Well, it's nice to meet you, Timmy, I said. I'm Eric and Ryan's babysitter. My name's Dawn. Timmy smiled shyly. He had nice brown eyes with a shock of straight dark hair hanging into them. Despite the smile, I noticed a certain sadness in his face. What are you going to be for Halloween, Timmy? I asked. Don't know, he mumbled. There isn't going to be any Halloween, Eric said, frowning. Didn't you hear? Oh, I heard, I said, but maybe things will work out so you can still have fun that night. I wasn't ready to spill the beans about the party, but I couldn't resist hinting. Eric gave me a curious look and opened his mouth to ask a question. Just then, Cynthia, appeared at the door. Dawn, would you come inside for a sec? She asked. I want to ask you a favor. Be right back, I told the boys. Inside, Cynthia was standing in front of the hall mirror, putting on a pair of gold shell-shaped earrings that matched a bracelet on her right wrist. Very 90s. Cynthia always looks great. She's an actress who appears mainly in commercials, and usually when we sit for her, it's because she's headed for an audition or a taping. I see you met Timmy, she said to me. We both glanced out the window at the boys playing outside. He seems nice, I said. Shy, though. Cynthia nodded. He's going through a tough time right now. His parents are separated, and he's living with his dad across the street. They don't have much money. In fact, they can only afford to rent that house because the owner lowered the price when he had to go away suddenly. She finished putting on her earrings and stood back from the mirror to check the full effect of her outfit. Anyway, she continued, he's living with his dad right now because his mom's job doesn't pay much and she can't afford to keep him. But unfortunately, Mr. Ford, Timmy's dad, just lost his job. He's been busy trying to find another, so I've been watching Timmy a lot for him. Good grief, this poor family. I nodded, wondering where this was heading. What I wanted to ask you whether you'd be willing to sit for Timmy along with the boys whenever you come here. She said, I'll pay you extra, she added in a rush. Sure, I said, no problem. The extra money would be nice, but it didn't really matter to me. I could already tell I was going to like Timmy, and it would be no trouble to watch him along with the others. Eric and Ryan can be a real handful, but I have a feeling that Timmy's presence would calm them down. In this case, one of them just tried to kill the other one. I don't know that that's true. But okay, let's hope, I guess. My bangs are doing a weird thing. I don't know why. In this case, 3 might be easier than 2. I saw Cynthia off, headed back out to join Eric's team of kickball and spent the rest of the day enjoying myself. In fact, I had so much fun that I didn't think about the robber once. Okay. Middle school is the time of I'm too mature for that before nostalgia kicks in along with I'm growing up and if I want Disney characters on my cup, that's my business, right? Yeah, there's a brief dark period in everybody's life where they think they're too old for kid stuff and then you're just like, fuck it. I think I can make pumpkin syrup from scratch in my brain. Let's see. Adriel, I went in, I finally learned, and shout out to Council of Geeks, and shout out to Jet Riding Optimus Prime for sending me the Council of Geeks video. For teaching me how to go in because it's buried. You have to go off of YouTube into your YouTube AdSense, and then it's buried in like some random part of the AdSense that doesn't even really make sense to my brain. But I finally figured out how to, in theory, block some of those like right-wing, anti-trans, awful ads that I've been trying to block forever. And so hopefully you won't be seeing them anymore here. Let's hope. They always find sneaky ways to get around it, but I've like specifically like tried to mess with like what kinds of ads appear, hoping that it would help. elementary school. A year or two before. We used to trick or treat, like the little like local shopping plaza would like let the kids all trick or treat around, and so we would go there like kind of before the sun went down, and then like after the sun went down we'd trick or treat on our street. Back when I lived in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't the middle of nowhere. We lived on a residential street, but like, you know, it was a small town. Timmy Turner? No, I don't think it's Timmy Turner. I hate that those PragerU ads have gained credibility. Voters education to have gained credit. Wait, is that true? I missed that. I'm not surprised, but ugh. Thank you, Avery. I had been trying to figure out how to do it, and I had seen some other people saying like you could do this or that, but there's a more refined section that I did not know about until I saw the Council of Geeks video. So thankfully, Jet sent that to me so I could see that, and thankfully Council of Geeks made the video so I could see that. Because it just like pisses me off. I don't want that kind of stuff on my videos if I can help it, but it was only recently that I figured out that I could do anything about it at all. Like I was always told that there wasn't anything I could do about it, and then I figured out that there was something I could do about it, but I couldn't figure out how to get it to work. So hopefully that fixes that problem. Because blech. Oh god, this is gonna be really hard to read. Okay. Dear Dawn, only a little more than a week until Halloween. All the kids in Stony Brook are psyched. I bet the kids out there are too. I sat for the Stony Brook Minions? What does that say? The Stony Brook version of the Brady Bunch the other day. Can you guess who I'm talking about? The kids got a whopper of a surprise, but somehow I'm not sure it was the pleasant surprise that their parents had hoped it would be. Okay. That was difficult for my brain. Yeah, the gross thing about PragerU is that they position themselves as if they're like, you know, an actual like established university, and they're just like a bunch of bigots with internet access, and it's just like, oh god. Stop trying to indoctrinate my parents and grandparents, please. Not that my parents or grandparents ever fall for it, but stop! They're trying. They always get the PragerU stuff. I gotten Jesse's letter on Saturday, but I didn't have a chance to read it until I came home from sitting Eric, Ryan, and Timmy. Since Jessie had only given me the barest details, and since I knew she was talking about some favorite Stony Brook clients of mine, I called her right up to hear the rest of the story. I also told her the bad news about Halloween in my town. She couldn't believe it. I wish we could be out there to help you try to catch that guy. She said everybody in the BSC loves mysteries, and we've solved plenty of them. That's the wink, wink, hint, hint. Read the other books, please. Anyway, the story Jessie told me was about the Barretts and the DeWitts. That's the Stony Brook DeWitts. No relation to the West Coast DeWitts, as far as I know. What a strange and random thing. Maybe they're second cousins twice removed or something, but if they are, I doubt that even they know it. I don't know the DeWitt kids very well, but the Barretts happen to be favorites of mine. Do we think that she wrote the name of the one family, then reused it by accident and was like, oh, fuck it, I don't want to have to go back and rewrite it, so I'm just gonna make that little note there. The Barretts happen to be my favorites of mine, which is why Jessie thought I'd be interested in the story of her sitting job with them. I sit for them fairly often when I'm in Stony Brook. When I first met Buddy, Susie, and Marnie. Now I'm having Halloween Town flashbacks. It was pretty soon after their parents had divorced. The kids were kind of traumatized, I guess, and they were really acting out. In fact, we used to refer to them as the Impossible Three. Back then, Mrs. Barrett was also going through a hard time. She couldn't seem to keep her life organized, and things were pretty chaotic for a while. Then, not that long ago, she met a really nice guy named, you guessed it, Mr. DeWitt. His first name is Franklin, and he and Mrs. Barrett hit it off. In fact, they're going to get married, but they can't start planning the wedding until they find a bigger house to move into. Why? Because Mr. DeWitt has 4 kids of his own already. See why Jessie mentioned the Brady Bunch? Anyway, Jessie told me that when she arrived that day, the Barrett household seemed almost as chaotic as when we first sat there. Mrs. Barrett met her at the door holding Marnie, who's 2, over her hip. "Oh, Jessie, I'm so glad you're here early before Franklin," she said. "Can you take Marnie upstairs with Buddy and Susie while I finish getting ready?" Now, one thing you should know about Mrs. Barrett is that she's gorgeous, really gorgeous. She could almost be a model. Why'd you have to say almost, Dawn? With her long, shiny chestnut hair and her perfect complexion. But that morning, she said, she looked as if she'd been hit by a tornado. Her hair was uncombed, and she was still wearing her robe and slippers. "Marnie woke up with a tummy ache this morning," she explained. "She's fine now, but between caring for her and trying to get Buddy and Susie ready for our trip, I haven't even had a chance to dress myself, and Franklin will be here any minute." Shout out to the moms. And all parents, really. Shout out to parents who, take care of their kids, unlike, parents in 90s books. Mrs. Barrett passed Marnie over to Jessie, who noticed immediately that Marnie's diaper was soaked. Where are we going anyway?" Jessie asked. All she knew was that she'd been hired to help out for the day with some outing, since all 7 kids would be along for the ride. "It's a surprise," said Mrs. Barrett, grinning. "Franklin and I are taking the kids on a mystery tour." "Well, great," said Jessie. "Sounds like fun." She knew the Barretts and DeWitts had been putting in a lot of time house hunting lately, and she figured this trip was a reward for the kids being so patient. So far, the family had been unable to agree on a house that suited everybody, even though they'd been looking for weeks. Jessie headed upstairs with Marnie, changed her, and then went looking for Buddy and Susie. She found them in Buddy's room. He's 8, and his room is decorated in what Jessie calls early American Ninja Turtle. There was an open backpack on Buddy's bed, and the 2 of them were throwing things into it as they argued about where they might be going that day. "I'm definitely bringing my Knicks cap," said Buddy. "I just bet they got tickets for a game." "Game?" echoed Marnie. "A basketball game," said Buddy. He picked up a dirty t-shirt from the floor, wadded it into a ball, and threw it into a hoop mounted on his door. "Score!" he yelled. 2 points. "I hate basketball," said Susie, who's 5. "I bet we're going to the toy store to buy furniture for my dollhouse." She added a pair of dolls to the knapsack. "I'm bringing the mommy and daddy just in case so they can try out their new couch." Jessie was about to tell the kids that no matter where they went, she was sure they would have fun when suddenly she heard a honking sound from outside. Buddy raced. This is just part, I'm glad that we get Jessie a little bit, I guess through Dawn's lens, but this is just what's happening across the country in Stony Brook. What's happening? She heard a honking sound from outside. Buddy raced to the window. "It's them," he yelled, "and they rented a red van this time. Cool." He grabbed his backpack and raced downstairs with Susie on his heels. Jessie followed, carrying Marnie, and thinking how grateful she was that Mrs. Barrett and Franklin had rented a van. The first time the 2 families had gone out with Mallory along as a sitter, they'd had to take 2 cars, and that day had been a disaster. A van would make the trip much easier. Easier, maybe, but not exactly easy. After the hellos had been said, Jessie noticed that Franklin complimented Mrs. Barrett on her hastily pulled together outfit. families piled into the van. Aw, bless Franklin. Or tried to anyway. The loading procedure, Jesse said, did not go smoothly. I call the front, yelled Franklin's oldest child, 8-year-old Lindsay. No way, Lindsay Pinsy, said Buddy. You had it last time. I get it today. Neither of you gets it, Franklin said firmly from his seat behind the wheel. I will be accompanied up here by my lovely fiancée. He smiled at Mrs. Barrett, who was standing beside the van with Marnie in her arms. Okay, then, I call the window, said Lindsay. Fine, Buddy said. There's plenty of windows. Just so I get the big one on the way back. No, I began Lindsay, but her father gave her a look. Oh, okay, she said. I want to sit next to Taylor anyway. She plopped down into the middle seat next to her 6-year-old brother and folded her arms. Shout out to Taylor and anybody else who's hearing their name in the book. Um again to see if I can find Saddle Club somewhere else in the future. Sorry, I'll keep reading. I'll read the rest of the chat in a second. Mm. All right. Mm. And it's the middle seat next to her 6-year-old brother and folded her arms. Buddy climbed in back and squeezed past Susie and then Madeline, who's 4. The two of them were already giggling as they shared loudly whispered secrets. Meanwhile, Jessie helped Mrs. Barrett settle Marnie, whose diaper already seemed a little damp again, and Ryan, Franklin's 2-year-old, into the 2 baby seats. Then she belted herself in and, without realizing it, heaved a big sigh. Franklin gave her a laughing glance in the rearview mirror. The day is just starting, Jessie, he said. Hang in there. It's going to be fun, said Mrs. Barrett, but she turned in her seat. Everybody ready for the mystery tour, she asked. Yeah, the kids shouted. Then let's go, she said. Franklin started the engine and then eased the van out of the driveway. He drove down the street, took a left, and headed out of Stony Brook. They drove for about half an hour, but Jessie told me it felt like days. The kids were very excited about the mystery tour. In fact, as Jessie put it, they were totally hyper. Every 2 minutes, one of them would ask, "Where are we going?" And then another one would ask, "Are we almost there?" In answer to every question, the adults just smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll see," which drove the kids nuts. Finally, they entered the town of Greenvale. Oh, I've been here before, said Jessie. Don't they have a main street that's all fixed up to look like it did 200 years ago? That's right, said Mrs. Barrett. It's a lovely town. Franklin pulled the van into a parking spot. Everybody out, he said. I hope you're all hungry. They trooped into a restaurant that was decorated in colonial style. The King's Arms, Buddy said, reading the name of the menu after they'd sat down at a table. The King's Legs, said Taylor, giggling. The King's Big Toe, Lindsay said, which made all the kids shriek with laughter. All right, said Franklin, trying to sound firm. Jessie said she saw a twinkle in his eyes. Let's settle down and order. About an hour and 3 spilled glasses of milk later, Buddy took the last bite of his night burger and turned to his mom. That was great, he said. This mystery tour was a neat idea. Oh, but it's not over yet, said Mrs. Barrett. We still haven't reached our final destination. She looked at Franklin and winked, and Jessie's like, no, please don't let there be more. After lunch, the adults herded the kids next door to Ye Old Country Store, which had counters covered with row upon row of candy-filled glass jars. Wow, said Susie, her eyes round. I thought we'd pick out our Halloween candy here, said Mrs. Barrett. Also, you can each choose something for dessert. That's an expensive place to buy Halloween candy. The kids went wild, sorting through the penny candy. There were licorice sticks, root beer barrels, Mary Jane's, candied fruit slices, and every other sweet thing imaginable. Finally, they brought their loot up to the cash register. Susie turned to Franklin, who was pulling out his wallet. This is the best surprise, she said. I love our mystery tour. Franklin just smiled. And it's not over yet, he said. Everybody ready? Let's get back into the van and head to the real surprise. These people would have a TLC show if this was real life. Um, 10 minutes later, Franklin pulled the van into the driveway of a big white house with green shutters and a wide, inviting porch that wrapped around three sides. The house sat in a huge yard full of trees that looked as if they were begging to be climbed, Jessie said, and through a gap in the fence, she could see a built-in pool in the backyard. The kids followed their parents' lead, piled out of the van, and stared at the house. Well, asked Franklin. What do you think? Said Mrs. Barrett. About what? Asked Buddy. Why do they call Mrs. Barrett and Franklin Franklin? Uh. About what? Asked Buddy. The house, said Mrs. Barrett. It has a pool, 6 bedrooms, and a rec room in the basement. Not to mention a really cool treehouse in the side yard, added Mr. DeWitt. There we go, Mr. DeWitt. And it's near a terrific elementary school and a neighborhood full of kids your age. It's nice, I guess, said Lindsay cautiously, but why are we here? Because the best thing about this house is that it's in Greenvale, which means we can afford it, said Mrs. Barrett. Franklin and I made an offer on it yesterday, and if all the paperwork goes through, it'll be ours. Ours? Asked Buddy doubtfully. We're going to move here? Then Jesse said he must have seen his mother's face cloud over a little. Cool, he added unconvincingly. Is this the reason for the mystery tour? The adults nodded, beaming. It's wonderful, said Lindsay with a smile that looked, according to Jessie, a little forced. I like the porch, said Taylor. Can my Barbie swim in the pool? Asked Susie. Of course, said her mother happily. We can all swim in the pool. It's going to be just perfect. The kids smiled politely, but Jessie noticed that they didn't have much else to say. It didn't seem to matter. Mr. DeWitt and Mrs. Barrett were so thrilled and excited that they apparently didn't notice the kids' lack of enthusiasm. But Jessie did, and it worried her, and she said, as she said at the end of her letter, something just doesn't seem right about this house. I can't put my finger on it, but I'll bet the kids know what it is, and I really hope they let their parents in on the secret before it's too late. I kind of just thought they didn't like moving to a new neighborhood. Is the house haunted? What's happening to the house? Okay. Everything was cheaper in the 90s. That's true, Chris. 7 kids and the oldest is 8. I think they have 2 8-year-olds. Yeah. My dad would fall for it. He's a beautiful idiot. Yeah, Dawn, models could be any shape and size. Dawn, just be better as an adult. She probably won't. Florida's education system. Of course they are. I want to cry too at that knowledge, Natty. Florida, that's like literally trying to rewrite history in history books about like the civil rights movement, is like, yeah, teach the kids PragerU. That's learning. Just like the 3 or 4 main leads. Oh, the Babysitter's Club movie. Sorry. Don't be sorry, Luz. We're glad to see you again. Thank you. It's strange, but I'm used to it. Oh, hearing your name. Not all the ketchup falling off the hot dog shell. Oh yeah, a live premiere of the podcast. Dun dun dun. Do we have double mysteries? Maybe. They're doing what? It was on a plate. Oh, that's unfortunate, Shell. Dawn. But in the actual meaning of the name, which is basically hope. Nice. I haven't read. Can I make a prediction? Yes, please. Make a prediction. All right. I'm going to keep reading because, like I said, we have not premiered today's episode of Pop Culture Curiosities. I'm planning on it being a premiere, but I gotta make it in time. The premiere is premiering at 11. I need to be done with this book by 11. Or push back the premiere. That could also be a thing, but... Why, no, we don't carry any clown masks, said the clerk at Ellie's, running a hand over her extremely high forehead. She was dressed as a conehead that day. We carry makeup and wigs instead. I'd be glad to demonstrate some classic clown faces for you. No, that's okay, I said quickly. My cousin really had her heart set on a certain type of mask she saw with pink hair and a big red smile. Your cousin? Asked the clerk. Didn't you say it was for your sister? She looked at me suspiciously. That doesn't have anything to do with the robbery over at Speedy Jack's, does it? Poor Carlene. She was scared out of her wits. I avoided her eyes. I didn't really want to spread the word that the We Heart Kids Club was working on the robbery case. No, I said, and it is for my cousin. We're just really close. Sometimes I call her my sister. I do that with my cousin, by the way. I glanced at Sunny, whose eyebrows were raised. I didn't think she'd seen me lie before. That's because I rarely do it. Normally, I think honesty is the best policy. None of that's true, Dawn. But now I thought my friends and I would be safer if nobody knew that we were investigating the case. After all, the criminal was still on the loose. If he heard that bunch of kids, one of whom had seen him, were tracking him down, well, I didn't like to think about what he might do. Thank you, Chris. Pew wielding bad guys are usually living in the attic. Oh god, that's gonna be terrifying if that's true. But they're across the country from each other, so that'd be interesting. By 11, I can stand for the whole thing. Woo! Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's try to get it done. Although it's already 9:56, but you know what? Let's just keep going. Let's keep going. If not, I'll just premiere the podcast at 11 and keep going here. Nancy Drew, stop acting like it, right? Sonny and I had headed straight for Ellie's variety after school on Monday, hoping to find out where the robber's clown mask had been bought. We figured it would be the first step in our investigation. Also, we had other business at Ellie's. We wanted to ask for help with our party. We had already discussed the party with the clerk, whose name was Mrs. Stevens. She had said she was sure Ellie, there really was an Ellie, would be glad to help. She'd promised to talk to her. Then I'd brought up the clown mask, but we weren't getting such easy answers about that. The night before, I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. I had spent some time thinking about the robbery. I went over every detail in my mind, trying to make sure I wasn't forgetting any important clues. Then out of the blue, I remembered something. I remembered staring at the robber's back for a few seconds as he caught his balance, and when I brought that image to mind, I realized that there was one tiny clue I hadn't mentioned to the police. On the back of that clown mask, I'd seen a manufacturer's tag, and when I remembered what it looked like, it gave me the shivers. It was black with a white skull and crossbones. I hadn't wasted any time telling Sonny and the others about my new clue. Don't tell the detectives working on the case. Shouldn't you call Officer Garcia? Jill asked as we discussed it during lunch on Monday. We were eating our sandwiches in the school courtyard on a bench near the bougainvillea tree. Bougainvillea? Okay. That tree is always covered with gorgeous pink blossoms, and every time I look at it, I'm reminded of how different California is from Connecticut. Back in Connecticut, I knew my friends would be eating their lunches in a noisy, crowded cafeteria, but here I was eating under the bougainvillea and watching the hummingbirds that always dart around it. I'll call Officer Garcia after school, I said, but she'll probably think I'm being silly. Then that was when Sonny suggested that we try to track down where the mask had come from. The police probably won't have the time to do that, but I happen to have the afternoon free, she said. So now that we were running into a dead end at Ellie's, I decided to try one more question. This mask my cousin wants, I said. I think it's made by the company. I don't remember their name, but their logo is a skull and crossbones. Oh, said Mrs. Stevens, nodding so fast that her cones started to sway. Jolly Roger, sure, they make great stuff. In her enthusiasm for anything to do with costumes, she seemed to have forgotten about being suspicious. There's only one place in town that carries that line, though. The Halloween Shop. And it has an extra P and an E, so it looks like shoppy. Shoppe. You know the place down the road next to Sears? Oh my god, Sears. It's only open during October, but they always have the best costumes and masks. Great, I said. Thanks a lot. No problem, she said. Hey, by the way, did you think about maybe dressing up? Don't forget, I'd love to help. She tilted her cone and gave me an appraising look. I was thinking you'd make a terrific little Bo Peep. I'll let you know, I said, laughing. I imagined myself dressed in a shepherd's outfit with a shepherdess outfit with Sunny, Maggie, and Jill running behind me dressed as sheep. The idea was hilarious. As we left Ellie's, I told, of course you're the main character, even when we all dress up in a group costume, Dawn. As we left Ellie's, I told Sunny what I was picturing, and we giggled all the way to the Halloween shop. Whoa, what a cool store, said Sunny as soon as we walked in the door. I gazed around. It sure is, I said. The stone was like a little cave. The store was like a little cave. It was small and dark and kind of spooky. What did the guy say in the Scooby-Doo game? I'm mysterious and a little spooky. Or I'm strange and a little spooky. Every inch of wall space was covered with masks that hung eerily, their empty eyes seeming to follow us as we walked around looking at them. There was Aladdin with Dracula right next to him. A little further down the wall hung a Ninja Turtle mask, and near it was Snow White. I saw one clown mask, but it wasn't like the robbers at all. A jumble of accessories lay on the counters. I saw witches' brooms, fake arms with hooks and hands, magic wands, diamond tiaras, gorilla feet, and a bunch of other weird items. A clothing rack held full-length costumes, a gorilla that went with the feet, a princess gown, a space suit, a vampire cape. I picked up a bloody hand made out of rubber and shoved it up my sleeve. Hey, Sunny, I said. She whirled around to look, and I lifted the hand as if to scratch my head. Oh, gross, she said. Can I help you? I turned to see a cute guy. He looked as if he might be a senior in high school. He's too old for you. Don't think about it, Dawn. Stepping out from behind the counter. I stammered. I hadn't really thought about what I was going to say. We're looking for a certain clown mask, said Sunny confidently. She smiled at the boy. He smiled back. We only have a couple left, he said. They've been very popular this year for some reason. He pointed out the mask I'd seen, which had blue hair and a white frown and looked as if it were cheaply made. Then he showed us another which had plastic instead of soft rubber like the robber's mask, but by that time I'd figured out what to say. Actually, I said, we're looking for a Jolly Roger mask. Did you have any of those? He shook his head. We only have a few in, and they've all been sold. Really? I said, shooting Sunny a glance. Could you maybe tell us who bought them? My cousin's looking for one, and she's desperate. Maybe one of those people would sell her theirs. I seem to be getting better at lying. It was easier every time. Well, I don't know their names or anything, said the boy hesitantly. Could you describe them? Asked Sunny, flashing him another one of those irresistible smiles. Let's see, the boy said. There was a guy like my age. He had longish brown hair. And hey, I remember, he snapped his fingers. He must have been on the track team at Palo City High because he was wearing one of their shirts. He left on a skateboard. Great, said Sunny. Who else? A guy who must work at Hank's Flower Basket down the road. At least he drove off in one of their vans. I nodded. Terrific, I said. He shouldn't be hard to find. And the last one went to a tall blonde woman, he went on. I don't remember anything else about her, though, he said, scratching his head. That's okay, I said. Thanks for all your help. Maybe my cousin can get her mask after all. Good luck, he called as the two of us ran out the door. I think he kind of liked you, I said to Sunny as soon as we were outside. Oh, don't be silly, she said, blushing. He was cute, though, wasn't he? Cute but a little old, I said. Anyway, how about. Oh, God, I agree with Dawn on something. How about we head for Hank's? That seems to be the obvious place to start. Cool, said Sunny. 10 minutes later, we walked into Hank's flower basket. A little bell jingled as Sunny pushed the door open. The flower store was a cheerful, bright, sweet-smelling place. There were glass cases filled with buckets of colorful flowers and tables covered with healthy-looking houseplants. A man was standing behind a long counter and putting together a bouquet of yellow and red flowers. He smiled when he saw us. Can I help you? He asked. We're just looking, Sunny said quickly. Fine, said the man. Let me know if I can help you find something. He went back to working on the bouquet. Then I saw a little girl who was sitting on the stool by the end of the counter. She was playing with something. I took a close look and nudged Sunny. Sunny gasped. The little girl was playing with a clown mask. I walked over to her. Hi, I said. Hello, she answered, grinning up at me. See my mask? She held it up. Daddy bought it for me. It's for my Halloween costume. Nice, I said, staring at the mask. It was exactly like the one the robber had been wearing. I looked back at the man behind the counter. He was smiling fondly at his little girl. Tiffany's going to be a clown this year, he said. Aren't you, honey? That is probably going to be terrifying. Sunny and I smiled at Tiffany and then looked at each other and shrugged. A minute later, we were standing on the sidewalk outside Hank's. Well, we can cross him off the list, said Sunny. He's way too nice to be the robber. Stellar police work. Plus, the mask is right out there in plain sight. No way the robber would leave evidence like that lying around. I mean, maybe that's better. You're right, I said. That just leaves the track team guy. The tall blonde woman doesn't fit as a suspect, but the case will have to wait a while anyway. I have to be home for dinner, and tomorrow I have to sit for Eric and Ryan. I guess the trick-or-treating is still off, at least for now. What if the blonde woman bought the mask and then her son used it? I don't know. I headed home wondering if we were on the right track. Was there really any chance we could catch the robber before Saturday? If not, I knew there were going to be a lot of disappointed kids in Palo City. How many pages do we have left? Oh boy. More than I wanted there to be. Okay. Yeah. It's not weird for the 13-year-old to have a crush. It would only be weird if the older kid, reciprocated. But, no, I just was worried because Anna Martin has a habit of putting her younger characters together with older characters. So I was like, don't you do it, Anne. But yeah, it's fine for the 13-year-old to have a crush. It's pretty normal. Hi, Paulo. I'm getting food and my cat picked now to insist on being held in my lap. Aw. Avery was like, no, bad, Anne. It's like, don't do it. But, yeah. When I was 13, I had crushes on older boys. It's just, part of growing up. Because you don't understand. Okay. Keep going. Hang on, let me update our Goodreads. Let me double check that this podcast is going out at 11. Premieres at 11 p.m. Yes. It is the DashCon episode. Okay, Goodreads. Let's see. One book behind schedule. Not anymore. Well, not once we're done with this. Dawn and the Halloween mystery. There we go. Currently reading. Woo! Okay. Getting back to this. Maybe I just hate Dawn, I guess. Yeah, we all don't like Dawn. But don't be sorry, Paulo. We're glad to have you here. Hating Dawn is 1,000% justified. If you can believe it, she's way nicer so far in this book than she is in the other ones, and she's still not great in this one. She still is like super shady. Chapter 7, I think it's just marvelous, said Cynthia DeWitt. The kids are so excited, and of course, we parents are very grateful. Good, I said. I had arrived at the DeWitt's door in plenty of time for sitting up. Good? Where are your manners, Dawn? Job that Tuesday afternoon. If someone says thank you and you say good, that's what? But it didn't look as if Cynthia were ready to go out. I knew she was talking to me about Halloween party we were planning, and I knew she was happy about it, but her words weren't sinking in very well. The fact was I was more than a little distracted by her outfit. She was wearing this dowdy house dress with a tacky daffodil print. She's in her house, Dawn! That's the Dawn I know and hate. On her feet were chunky brown shoes that looked like something my grandmother might wear. She had on a pair of turquoise cat's eye glasses, and she'd thrown a yellow cardigan over her shoulders. Cynthia? I began. She laughed. I know, this outfit is ridiculous, isn't it? I shrugged. I didn't want to insult her. After all, if that's what she wanted to wear, it was fine with me. I just couldn't help thinking that she looked a whole lot better the way she usually dressed. She's so shallow. Dawn is so shallow. It's for an audition, Cynthia said, giggling. They're looking for a matronly type, somebody who's totally out of the fashion loop. It wasn't easy for me to figure out what to wear, but this is what I came up with. What do you think? She twirled around, not too gracefully because the chunky shoes. I think you look perfect for the part, I said, laughing. I have to confess I was a little relieved to find out there was a reason she looked like that. Jesus, Dawn. Thanks, she said. Anyway, the audition should be over at 6, so I won't be late. The boys are upstairs along with Timmy. I think they're working on their Halloween costumes. Girl, you know nothing in the industry runs on time. You don't know when you're going to be home. I think they're working on their Halloween costumes. Great, I said. Break a leg. I saw Cynthia out the door and then headed up to find the boys. The three of them were in Eric's room. Eric was wrestling with a huge cylindrical roll of cardboard. Ryan was by the mirror combing his hair, and Timmy was lying on the bed looking at a comic book. Hey guys, I said, what's up? Dawn, Eric cried. Why didn't you tell us about the party? It sounds so cool. Now we get to wear our costumes after all. I didn't want to tell you about it until it was a sure thing, I said, but it looks like it is. Will there be games? Ryan asked. I nodded. We'll have a bobbing for apples and pin the broom on the witch and maybe disappearing chairs. What's that? Eric asked. It's the Halloween version of musical chairs, I explained. Cool, said Ryan. Can we decorate pumpkins too? Good idea, I said. We can probably do that. Suddenly, I realized something. Eric and Ryan had been asking all the questions, and Timmy hadn't said a word. I knew he was shy, but I couldn't believe he wasn't interested in the party at all. What was going on with him? So, guys, I said, tell me about your costumes. Eric ran to the cardboard cylinder, lifted it above his head, and slipped it over his body. I'm going to be a roll of lifesavers, he said in a muffled voice. I have these new green Snickers I'll wear. All I have to do is buy some paint, and I'm all set. He walked towards me and ran smack into a chair. Whoops. Great, I said. Maybe you'll want to cut some holes for your eyes, too, I added. How about you, Ryan, I asked. I'm going to be Elvis, he said. He grabbed his comb again and swept his bangs into a pompadour. What do you think? I'm going to wear jeans and blue suede shoes, and I might carry a toy guitar if I can find one. Terrific, I said. I love it. Then I turned to Timmy. What are you going to be, Timmy? He asked. He muttered something, but I couldn't hear him. Excuse me? I asked. I'm not going to the party, he said in a low voice. Not going? I asked. Eric and Ryan looked shocked. But why not? It's going to be fun, and you'll know most of the kids there. I thought Timmy might feel shy about the party. I know, he said. He glanced up at me. And my heart nearly broke when I saw how sad his eyes were. But I don't have a costume. Oh, because their family doesn't have a whole lot of money, Dawn. No costume, I said. That's okay. There's plenty of time left. You can still get one. I don't have enough money. Timmy dug his toe of his shoe into the carpet. Plus, my mom always helped me, and she's not around this year. Oh, poor Timmy. I realized right away what was going on. Timmy was missing his mom, now more than ever. I'm sure your mom wishes she could help you with your costume, Timmy, I said, but since she can't, maybe I can. We'll help too, said Eric. Is Dawn doing a good thing? What happened to my... Has my camera been strange this entire time? What's happening? Hang on. Wrong one. Hang on. No! Click the right one. Hang on. I'll fix it later. I'll fix it. We'll help too, said Eric. Right, Ryan? Sure, Ryan. Want to wear my costume from last year, Timmy? I was Batman. I smiled at Ryan. I think your old costume might be a little small, I said, but I'm sure we can figure something else out. Now you said you don't have enough money for a costume, right, Timmy? He nodded. I only have $3. That won't get me anything. Oh, bless Timmy. Oh, I wouldn't be too sure about that, I said. I was working on an idea. I know a lady who could probably help you figure out how to put together a costume for only $3. How about if we pay her a visit? I was thinking, of course, of Mrs. Stevens at Ellie's Variety. She seemed to love everything about Halloween. If she couldn't come up with a costume for Timmy, nobody could. And I bet she could help Eric pick out some pants, and she might even have a guitar for you, Ryan. I left a note for Cynthia in case she came home early, and then the four of us headed to Ellie's. Why, hello again, said Mrs. Stevens when we walked in. This time, she was dressed as Lucille Ball from the I Love Lucy show. I love this woman. She had on a curly orange wig, bright red lipstick, and funny but cute old-fashioned dress. How can I help you today? She asked. Well, I said, Eric needs some paint, and Ryan is looking for a toy guitar. And Timmy said, putting my hand on his head, is starting from scratch. I thought you might have some costume ideas. We don't want to spend more than $3, though. Ah, challenge, said Mrs. Stevens, rubbing her hands. Wonderful. She started to walk the aisles, and the four of us trailed along. Dracula, she murmured to herself. Roy Rogers, let's see. She passed by the art supply area. Well, here are the paints for you, Eric, she said. And Ryan, you might find a toy guitar down aisle 5. Timmy, why don't you come with me? I stayed with Ryan and Eric while Mrs. Stevens led Timmy down another aisle. I heard her asking him, do you have some old pajamas at home? Green ones would be best. I think so, said Timmy. Why? What am I going to be? He sounded eager. I couldn't hear Mrs. Stevens' answer, and a few minutes later, when we were all standing by the checkout counter, Timmy made Eric and Ryan go first. I want my stuff to be a surprise, he said. We all stood aside. He passed his precious $3 to Mrs. Stevens and received a bulky plastic bag in exchange. Thanks, he told her. Thanks a lot. My pleasure, she said. I know you'll have a wonderful time at your party. She winked at me as I waved goodbye. Back at the DeWitts, he went upstairs to Eric's room, except for Timmy, who ducked into the bathroom. I'll be right out, he said. I won't be able to show you my whole costume since my green pajamas are at home, but I think you'll get the idea. While we waited, Eric started painting his lifesaver costume. He'd bought a real roll of lifesavers for a model, and he checked the colors carefully to make sure they were in the right order. Ryan combed his hair into a pompadour, again using some special hair goo Mrs. Stevens had found for him. Then he picked up a plastic guitar he'd bought and struck a pose in front of the mirror. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, he sang in a silly low voice. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Where did you learn that song? I asked. My dad taught me, said Ryan. He loves Elvis. That's why I thought of this costume. I mean, Dawn, if he's going as Elvis, he probably knows the most important song, like the most famous song, which he stole. But you know, it was famous as an Elvis song. Just then, Timmy burst into the room. "Greetings, Earthlings," he said. "I come in peace." The three of us just gaped at him. Finally, I said, "You look terrific." He did, too. He had these two shiny metallic antennas sticking up from his head, and his face was green with purple dots and yellow lips. His hands were bright red. "Mrs. Stevens helped me find the antennas and she showed me how to do the makeup," said Timmy. "She said I would look just like a space alien she once met back when she was my age." I had to hand it to her. Mrs. Stevens definitely knew what she was doing when it came to making costumes, and she was great with kids. We're just going to gloss over the fact that Mrs. Stevens allegedly met an alien? Okay. And she was great with kids. "I'll bet you'll win a prize at the party," said Eric. "Do you think so?" asked Timmy. He broke off mid-sentence and dashed to Eric's front window. "My dad's home," he said. I thought I heard his motorcycle. I looked out the window. Sure enough, a motorcycle had pulled up in the driveway of the house across the street, and the man standing next to it was taking off his helmet. I realized I'd never seen a car in the Ford's house, and I guessed it must have been because they couldn't afford one. Timmy opened the window. "Hi, Dad," he yelled. "I'll be right over." Mr. Ford waved and smiled and looked like a nice man. Or at least that's what I thought at first. Then I saw something that made me wonder. As Mr. Ford headed up the driveway toward his house, I spotted a neighbor's dog digging in his backyard. "Get out of there, you dumb mutt," he yelled, taking a few threatening steps toward the dog. He sounded really angry, a lot more angry than I thought he needed to be about a dog in his yard. Fortunately, Timmy hadn't seen the incident since he was busy gathering the things together. "I can't wait to tell my dad about my costume," he said, grinning up at me. "Thanks a lot, Dawn." Then he said goodbye to Eric and Ryan and dashed down the stairs and out the front door. I watched through the window as he zipped across the street and joined his father on the steps of the house. Timmy might have been going through a hard time, but it was obvious he loved his father, and he was definitely looking forward to Halloween. Now that he had his costume. The thought of Halloween reminds me of the robber in the clown mask. Reminded me of the robber in the clown mask. If only my friends and I could catch him, maybe Timmy and Eric and Ryan and all the kids would be able to wear their costumes trick-or-treating instead of just to the party. I knew that would keep a smile on Timmy's face. To buy with $3 in whatever year this was, 1994. Okay. This camera is very, very, very interesting. Why is it like this? What? Hi. Why? Okay. Uh, uh, uh. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Now I can't get it smaller again. What have I done? There's something super weird. I don't know what it is, and I don't know how to fix it. Come on. Really? Ah! Hang on. Avery and Zoom. Hi, guys. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Sure. That worked. I don't know why that couldn't work before. Yeah, the tech ghost is just saying hi. just medium suck in this book, which is the nicest she's ever been. I did that last night, Natty. I was at a concert and my phone was at 1% when I got home. Welcome to thank you is getting weirder to say. Wait, you're welcome is getting weirder to say? I haven't heard this yet. One person mentioning that the G word plus appearing. I'm upset that no one else really saw it. Well, we saw it. Maybe that's why we ended up going through the cringe that we were, so that somebody in the future will be warned by our review. I mean, that is kind of what we do here, so. For me, it is okay. Because whenever I say it, I'm like, that sounds off. Oh, I got it. Just as a okay, that makes sense. Um, it's just one of the, like I was always taught, you know, as part of like, the manners that were drilled into me within an inch of my life. So it's just a habit, It's something I don't even really think about. Looks like we're definitely not going to be done with this book by the time the podcast airs, but fear not, the podcast will go up. Everybody will just leave to watch the podcast. I'll just be here reading to myself. But I'm going to try to... Whoop, I lost my place now. Damn it. Try to get as far as I can. I'm going to finish this book tonight, I'm determined. You can save the book for later. I'm going to finish the book. It's just, If you would rather go see the live premiere of the podcast, feel free to do that. Yeah, I'm just going to keep going. Dear Dawn, you've probably been wondering about what's going on with the Barretts. Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that I found out why they didn't seem so happy about the wonderful new house their parents found. The bad news is that I'm not sure whether anything can be done about it. Mallory's letter. Oh, thank God Mallory has easier to read handwriting. All right, we've got a Barrett update. It is kind of clever the way that they've, she's tried to make it so that it doesn't feel like we've just got Dawn. We get to hear from the other members and stuff. I guess we'll have to see, right, Toonie? Still be here listening. Thank you, Palo. Late night for the podcast crew. It was ready to go like at 8 when I started, and I didn't want to like spam everybody with a podcast and a lag. Hello? What's happening? So weird. Okay. That was very strange. Okay. Maybe that was just on my side. I didn't want to bog everybody down. I've done that before, and people are just like, whoa. So I tried to space them out, hoping that we'd be done, but, this one's slightly longer than some of the other ones we've read in the series. Maybe that's just a mysteries, because we've never read a mysteries. But here I tend to always be behind on episodes anyways. Well, you'll have a choice. You'll have a choose your own adventure for the Avery Talks About Stuff channel. And for those of you who stay here, you'll have the podcast for later. When you get off. Mallory's letter went on to explain more about what she discovered during her sitting job at the Barretts. I called her the night I got the letter to ask for more details, and she filled me in on what had happened that day. Mal, as I've mentioned, has several brothers and sisters, and all of them are still young enough to be completely captivated by Halloween. They've been bouncing off the walls for over 2 weeks now, is how Mal put it. When we were talking, it's like total insanity. Halloween is all they talk about. Their costumes, the candy they'll get, what time they'll get out, which neighborhood they'll hit first. It's driving me nuts. For that reason, Mal was glad to escape her house on Thursday and head for the Barretts, where she had an after-school job sitting for Buddy, Susie, and Marnie. Mrs. Barrett was going out with a friend to look at wedding dresses. "Hi, Mallory," said Mrs. Barrett when Mal arrived. "The kids will be glad to see you. They're upstairs working on their costumes, and they may need help." Mal noticed that Mrs. Barrett wasn't her usual sparkly self. She seemed preoccupied. "Is everything okay?" Mal asked. "Oh, everything's fine," said Mrs. Barrett, unconvincingly, Mal thought. "I'm sure you've heard that we found this lovely house to move into, which means Mr. DeWitt and I can start planning our wedding. Soon we'll be settled. It'll be wonderful." Mal nodded. Mrs. Barrett's words sounded good, but the way she said them, left Mal wondering what was wrong. Mrs. Barrett spoke in a toneless voice and stared at the floor as she twirled a lock of hair around her finger. "Well, have fun looking for wedding dresses," she said Mal, trying to keep her own voice bright in an effort to cheer up Mrs. Barrett. Once Mrs. Barrett had left, Mal headed upstairs to Buddy's room, where she found three kids hard at work on their costumes. Well, Marnie wasn't exactly hard at work, but she was busy trying on the hat that went with her pumpkin costume. She's 2. I don't know that a 2-year-old could really do much but try on the hat. It looked like the top part of a jack-o'-lantern, the part with the stem. "Oh, how cute," Mal said, patting Marnie on the head. "She's going to look adorable," she said to Buddy and Susie. "So am I," said Susie. "I'm going to be Princess Jasmine." She held up some pink, gauzy material to show Mal. "Wonderful," said Mal. Princess Jasmine doesn't wear pink. Anyway, what about you, Buddy? "I'm going to be Hamilton the Magnificent," said Buddy, brandishing a magic wand. "The best magician in the world." Mal told me later that it took her a second to remember that Hamilton is Buddy's real name. Hamilton Jr., to be exact. He's named after his dad. "Sounds great," said Mal. "You guys should be a real hit on Halloween." "I guess," said Buddy unenthusiastically. "First we have to finish making our costumes, though." "I need help with my princess headband," said Susie. "And I have to figure out how to paint this wand silver," said Buddy. "Pumpkin!" cried Marnie, sticking a finger through the nose of her pumpkin outfit. "Okay," said Mal, wondering why the kids seemed so much less excited about Halloween than her brothers and sisters were. "How about if I help you?" She set up Buddy with the silver paint and a little brush and helped him lay out newspapers to protect the floor. Then she turned to Susie, who was holding out a band of purple material that was supposed to go around her head. "I want to put jewels on it," said Susie. "How can we make them stick?" "Let's try some of this glue," said Mal, who had rummaged through Buddy's art supply box. "I'll bet it'll do the job." The kids began to work intently on their projects while Marnie kept herself amused by climbing in and out of her pumpkin costume. Mal was curious. Something seemed wrong with the kids, just as it had with Mrs. Barrett. But she didn't want to pry, so she just worked quietly with them, hoping they'd talk about it if they needed to. Instead, they talked about Halloweens of the past. "Remember the time we dressed up Pow to look like a donkey?" Buddy asked. "He looked so funny," said Susie, but she didn't crack a smile. Mal raised her eyebrows. "Was that it? Were the kids missing Pow again?" Pow is the basset hound. Is a basset hound, a big galumphy guy with sad eyes and plenty of patience. He used to belong to the Barretts, but they had to give him away when they discovered that Marnie was allergic to dogs. All. Fortunately, Mal's own family had been the ones to give Pow a new home. The Pikes live right down the street from the Barretts, so Buddy and Susie could visit him anytime they liked. It was an arrangement that had worked out very well, or at least that's what Mal had thought. "Pow's going to be underdog this year," she reported, hoping to get the kids to crack a smile. Buddy just nodded. Then he continued with his reminiscing. "Remember how the Arnolds gave out Rice Krispies treats one year?" Has it been Rice Krispies treats the whole time? Is it not Rice Krispie treats? I always drop that S at the end. Anyway, I guess I'm wrong. He said, "Those were the best. What about the candy apples Mrs. Perkins used to make?" asked Susie. "Excellent," Buddy nodded. Suddenly, Susie put down her princess head band and began to sob. "Susie," said Mal, alarmed, "what's the matter?" She reached down to give Susie a hug, but Susie just squirmed away and cried even harder. "This year," she said between sobs. "Last time." Buddy looked upset. "It's okay, Suze," he said. "Don't cry." "It's not okay," she said, sniffling now. "And you know it. We'll never trick or treat at the Perkinses again, and we'll never see Pow anymore either." "I know," said Buddy, looking as if he might start crying too. "I wonder if they even go trick or treating in dumb old Greenvale." Yeah, I knew it. They were just sad about the new neighborhood. This we're more than halfway now. Or maybe we're exactly halfway. Anyway. Suddenly the light dawned for Mallory. So that's what it was all about. The Barrett kids weren't happy about moving to Greenvale. It shouldn't have been a surprise, but somehow it was. Jessie hadn't mentioned a word about it, and she'd been with them when they saw their new house. "Well, she's not clairvoyant, Dawn. Jesus." "Susie," Buddy said Mal. "Are you upset about moving to Greenvale?" "Yes," said Susie, her sobs starting up again. "I don't want to go to a new school. I like my school. We like our friends here, too," said Buddy. Too, Buddy added quietly, "and Susie's right. If we move, we'll never see Pow anymore." Mal digested this. "What about Franklin's kids?" he asked. "Do they want to move?" "No way," said Buddy. "They like Stony Brook, too." Susie sobbed quietly. Marnie looked from Susie to Buddy as if she were wondering what was wrong with her big sister and brother. Mal nodded. "I see," she said. "Well, let me ask you this. Have you talked to your mom about how you feel? And have the DeWitts talked to their dad?" Buddy shook his head miserably. "We can't do that," he said. "Mom is so happy about finding a house we can afford." "And she loves the house," Susie added, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "She thinks it's perfect." "It is a nice house," said Buddy. "If only it was in Stony Brook, it would be perfect." Of course, the Barrett kids would want to stay in Stony Brook, Mal thought, where they had lived all their lives. Then she thought back to what Jessie had told her about the day the kids had first seen the house. As far as she could remember, Mrs. Barrett and Franklin had made an offer to the house, but they hadn't finalized the purchase yet. She had a feeling that the parents would want to know that how their kids were feeling before they took such a big step as buying a house. "I really think you should talk to your mom," she said gently. "She wouldn't want you guys to be unhappy in the new house. I can't promise you it will change anything, but at least you should tell her what you've told me." "But how can we tell her?" asked Buddy. "Well, let's talk about that," said Mal. "Maybe you can talk to her after she comes home while I'm still here. I can help you out a little." She felt a knot in her stomach. Was she doing the right thing, poking her nose into her client's business? She thought it over and decided she was. After all, Mrs. Barrett was very preoccupied lately. What with the wedding plans, she might not have noticed that her kids were upset, although it did seem as though something was bothering Mrs. Barrett. Maybe she was worried about the kids. Anyway, Mal thought it was important that she hear what Buddy and Susie had to say. For the rest of the afternoon, Marnie napped while Mal helped the kids work on their Halloween costumes, and as they talked about their plans for approaching Mrs. Barrett, Mrs. Mal asked Buddy and Susie to make up lists on why they would rather not leave Stony Brook. She told them to pretend she was their mom and practice looking her in the eye while they discussed their feelings. And she told Buddy to call Lindsay DeWitt to tell her what they were doing and urge her to talk to her dad at the same time. By the time Mrs. Barrett returned, Susie's eyes weren't red anymore, and Buddy was confident about what he had to say. The kids didn't need much help from Mal after all, but she stuck around for a few minutes just to see what would happen. Without wasting any time, Buddy launched into his list of reasons for staying in Stony Brook. Susie joined in, and Mrs. Barrett listened closely. When they'd finished, Mrs. Barrett sat down and pulled them onto her lap. "Why didn't you tell me before?" she asked. "We didn't want to hurt your feelings," said Susie, "because of how great you think the house is and everything." "Oh, my babies," said Mrs. Barrett, hugging them closer. Buddy looked a little embarrassed. "I'm not a baby," he insisted. "No, you certainly aren't," said Mrs. Barrett. "You're a big boy who knows how to share what he's feeling, and I'm proud of you." She squeezed him again. I don't know if we can get out of buying the house, she said, but I'm going to call Franklin right now and find out. Listening to the two of you has made me realize that I don't want to leave Stony Brook either. It's our home. Parents caring about what their kids have to say and think? In this economy? As Mal left after huge hugs from Buddy and Susie, Mrs. Barrett was reaching for the phone. I don't know. Wait. It says I don't now, but it's supposed to be I don't know. I found a typo. What's going to happen, Mal told me. When we spoke so far, I haven't heard a thing, but I do know that sometimes it's best to let your feelings be known, and I think Buddy and Susie learned that lesson at least. Okay, breathe. I need a breath. Oh, that's cool, Toonie. About the Slappy reveal. Half an hour. Is anyone else getting a lot of buffering? Stream's fine. We usually get a lot, not a lot surprisingly. Alexander Hamilton. I thought of Hamilton too. Welcome back, Patrick. You can drop the S if you want. Thank you. It's okay if we save the rest of the book for Wednesday. I mean, I wanted to read something different on Wednesday was the thing. I don't know. What do you guys think? We stop now. We've got another... What do we have? Almost 70 pages left. Just finish it. I think I'll finish it tonight. I don't mind if some of you want to go to see the podcast. We'll just have an option. Some people might want to keep hearing the rest of the book, and that way it'll be all in one place. If I can help it, I like to read books in one stream, although obviously sometimes you can't get that done. But let's see. I cut the Nancy Drew one short because I was exhausted, and I'm kind of glad I did because then that part 2 ended up being a lot. I'm staying for the book. Oh, I'm fine. Thank you for caring about me not getting tired. Jet. I'm just gonna read, and it's just gonna overlap with the podcast, and you guys can choose what you want to watch. And you guys know that both will be available on the channel permanently, so you know, whatever it is that you guys. I'm getting lag on my end. I'm getting like frame rate lag. What is that? It's weird. Maybe it's just my computer. I don't know. Stay for the book. If you want to finish it tonight. I think I'll finish it tonight. You guys know that both the stream VOD and the podcast obviously will be on the channel permanently, so you can choose to watch whichever one live you want and then catch up. on the other one at a different time. Who knew I'd have this problem when I started and I was just posting like one video a week? Numbers will bump. Reading audio of the VOD will stay up as long as there's no trouble with pew pew. Oh, the VOD will stay up. They're not going to take the VOD down. They might just take my AdSense money and be like, how dare you read a book that has a real thing that people have to experience. You don't get any money off of this. I'll just be like, all right, fine. Whatever. Okay. Chapter 9. Well, we've narrowed it down to 2 boys, said Maggie. She plucked a hot pink blossom from the bougainvillea and tucked it behind her ear. My friends and I were in the school courtyard again, eating lunch and talking about the sleuthing we'd been doing. It was Wednesday, my dudes. She didn't say my dudes. There were only a few more days until Halloween. We had to step up our detective work if we were going to have a shot at catching the robber in time for the kids to go trick-or-treating. The day before, since Sunny and I had both had sitting jobs, Maggie and Jill had gone to Palo City High to watch track practice and try to figure out which of the team members was the one who had bought a Jolly Roger clown mask at the Halloween shop. They'd spotted 2 who fit the clerk description. I think it's the cute one, said Jill, the one who wins all the races. They're both cute, said Maggie with a sigh. Too bad they'd never look at us middle school girls twice. No, thank God. Thank God they won't do that. They're too old for you. Don't forget, I warned her, cute or not, one of them may be a hold-up man. Right, said Maggie. Somehow it seems unlikely, but I guess we have to follow all the leads. I definitely want to keep working on the case, said Sunny, especially after being with Clover and Daffodil yesterday. Clover and Daffodil were 2 little girls we often sit for. They lit Clover and Daffodil. Oh, that's kind of cute. We often sit for. They live next door to me. They keep talking about how they wished they could go trick-or-treating. I told them about the party, and they liked the idea, but they said it just wasn't the same. It's not, I agreed, so I'll go to track practice today. Anybody want to join me? Maggie and Jill were busy after school, but Sunny said she'd come along. Then the 4 of us agreed to meet later at Sunny's to work some more on plans for the party. Just look for the 2 guys with long brown hair, said Jill as we split up. You can't miss them. Yes, brown hair is such a distinguishable feature. Go over to the premiere just to keep an eye. And decides what on hate for. Thank you, Jed. I appreciate it. A hold-up man. What are we in, a 1940s movie? In my mind here. Oh no, Paulo, it's okay. Oh, Paulo, I'm trying to tell all of the members. I don't know if you were on when I said it before, but I've made it so that there's a members only playlist pinned on the home tab. For you guys, you might have to scroll down a little bit to get to it, but it's got all of these like behind the scenes. I've just started posting to it, so there's only like 3 now, but I'm gonna continuously be posting like behind the scenes stuff, like shorts and things, just little, things here and there, kind of like showing my behind the scenes process and stuff for those of you who are members, and all tier members can get to it. So feel free to check that out if you want. Anyway, let's see. Is my phone giving me notifications on my own thing? Yes, my phone is giving me notifications on, hey, did you know that you're uploading a podcast episode? Yes. Thank you, phone. Okay. We can't miss them. Later that afternoon, Sunny and I climbed the bleachers at the high school track and found a spot to settle in. This is perfect, said Sunny, taking a seat. She gazed out onto the green field. Wow, she murmured, not murdered, that would be a lot. Maggie and Jill made it sound like there were only 2 cute boys here, but I see at least a dozen. Sunny can be just a little bit boy crazy sometimes. Oh, we know. It gets worse in California Diaries. Then she really does date a 19-year-old. But you know what? She was right. How about that guy with the black hair? I said, I love his ponytail. 90s ponytail. I like the blonde one better, said Sunny, the one who's stretching. Okay. The one who's stretching? Okay, I said. Let's get serious here. We're supposed to be looking for suspects, remember? Oh, right, Sunny said, tearing her gaze away from the blonde guy. So where are the 2 guys with brown hair? I see one, I said, pointing. He's lined up for that race over by the soccer goal. Oh, the other one there, too, said Sunny. See him? He was behind the one you like with the black hair. Okay, good, I said. Now all we have to do is keep an eye on them and see if we can figure out anything about them. We watched as the coach prepared the group of boys for a practice race. On your marks, he cried. The boys knelt down on one knee with their hands on the ground. Get set, he yelled the coach. The boys tensed up and raised their hands and looked at the track ahead. Go! They took off running, arms pumping, knees raising high. The boys ran around the track. Even though it was just a practice, you could tell they were working hard. You could also tell that each of them really wanted to win the race. Back in coding overload, consider turning... What? Something is really strange. I'm sorry, guys, if you're seeing this lag. Sunny, my homie, yes. Both chats. Oh, thank you, Jet. Don't feel like you have to. We have other mods in here tonight, and it's pretty chill, so I think I can handle it. Tech Ghost really wants some love. Are we okay? What's happening? Natty's here, Palo's here, and I can also keep an eye on it, so feel free to do what you're gonna do, Jet. I appreciate it, though. Alright. Back at the starting plate, the coach stood waiting with his arms raised. As the boys came closer, he yelled encouragement. Come on, Toby, he shouted. Work it, Sam. Get those knees up, Tom. Sunny and I leaned forward, watching intently. There's always something exciting about watching a race, even if it's not exactly the Olympics. As the first boy crossed the finish line in a blur of speed, the coach dropped his arms. All right, Toby, he said. The second boy crossed the line just moments later. Second place again, Tom, said the coach. Then the rest of the herd of runners finished, and all of the boys walked around gasping, trying to cool down. The finish line was right in front of Sunny and me, so we had a perfect view. I could even hear the boys panting. Then I noticed something interesting. The boy named Tom, who was one of the 2 boys with long brown hair, walked over to Toby, the winner. Toby was the other boy with brown hair. Nice race, said Tom, slapping Toby. 5. You did great, man. He seemed to mean it sincerely. Toby just nodded. He was still breathing hard. Sunny and I exchanged looks. Tom seems like a nice guy, I said. She nodded. Maybe, she answered. Let's keep an eye on him, though. Toby, too. And that's exactly what we did. We watched both of those boys for the rest of their track practice. They did short, fast runs and long, slower ones. They stretched and exercised. They practiced their starts. It was interesting to watch, but we didn't pick up any more clues about either of the boys or what they were like. Then, after practice, Sunny and I followed the boys into the school, and at a discreet distance, and hung around waiting while they hit the locker room to shower and change. We decided to tail one or both of the boys afterwards just to see where they went. Dawn, said Sunny, check this out. She was looking at a bulletin board near the door to the gym. I joined her. She pointed to a notice pinned at the middle of the board. Halloween party, I read. Come one, come all to the track team Halloween party. Dress in your ghoulish best. Have a blast and help your neighbors. All proceeds go to the Palo City Relief Fund, read Sunny. Isn't that the group that's helping the earthquake victims? Helping earthquake victims? I nodded. And look at this, I said. It's for more information, contact Tom Murphy. Do you think? She nodded. I bet that's the same Tom. Just then, a group of boys burst out of the locker room, laughing and talking. Both the brown-haired guys were with them, and one of them, on the one named Tom, was carrying a skateboard under one arm, because this is 1994. I would like to interject. I have seen Hamilton. I love Hamilton. I turned to look at Sunny, and the two of us raised our eyebrows. I knew we were remembering the clerk at the Halloween shop telling us that the boy who bought the clown mask left on a skateboard. Then I saw Sunny's mouth drop open, and I whirled around to see what she was looking at. Tom, the one with the skateboard, had stopped in the middle of the hall to stuff something into his backpack and zip it shut. And just before he did, whoop! I caught a glimpse of the same thing as Sunny had seen, a tuft of bright pink hair. I looked at Sunny, and she looked at me. Then we nodded. Without saying a word, we'd agreed to shadow Tom wherever he went. Sunny and I have been friends for so long we can do that kind of thing. I wouldn't go so far as to call it ESP, but whatever it is, it's pretty cool. We followed the group of boys out to the parking lot. Then Tom called goodbye to his friends, hopped onto his skateboard, and headed off. We had to scramble to keep up. He sailed off as we were heading toward the neighborhood where Sunny and I live. We trotted behind, trying to keep out of sight. Now, Tom seemed like a decent guy when we watched him during track practice, and seeing that sign on the bulletin board had given us a clue that he had a good heart too. But it was almost as if he knew we needed more convincing. And by the time we lost him, we were positive he couldn't be the same guy who had robbed Speedy Jacks. In fact, he turned out to be the nicest, most polite, most civic-minded boy I've ever seen. Here's what we saw him do. He spotted a dog wandering into the road and stopped to coax it over to the sidewalk. He helped a little old lady across the street, really, holding his hand up to stop traffic for her. He hopped off his skateboard and bent down to tie a child's shoe. The mother, whose arms were full of groceries, looked like she wanted to hug him. He gave directions to a motorist, nodding politely at all her questions. He picked up litter from the sidewalk and threw it into the trash can. He stopped to admire a baby in its carriage. It was a while. He was cooing over the baby that Sunny gave me a disgusted look. Are we wasting our time or what? She asked. I giggled. Somehow I find it hard to believe he could swat a fly, much less hold up a store. When Tom finished with the baby, he straightened up, stepped back onto his skateboard, and zipped around a corner. We let him go. Sunny sighed. He'll make some girl a fine husband one day, she said with a straight face. Then we cracked up. We were still laughing about it a half an hour later when Jill and Maggie showed up at Sunny's for our party planning session. We told them all about Saint Tom, as we'd begun to call him. Well, we'll have to scratch him from the suspect list. Said Maggie. What do we do next? I don't know. I said we'll have to think about our next move, but if we can't do anything right now, anyway, not if we want to make this party work. Let's meet tomorrow at lunch and talk about the mystery. I paused to unroll the mural I bought. Meanwhile, what do you all think of this? I asked, showing them the pin the broom on the witch poster I'd made the night before with Jeff's help. Oh, it's great, squealed Sunny. I love those warts on her nose. She said she bought it, and then she said she made it. I'm not sure what that's about. Those were Jeff's idea, I said. He wanted her to look as disgusting as possible. Hey, don't be mean to the witch. This party is going to be a blast, said Maggie, and you know what? I had an idea last night. I think we should dress up too. What a great idea, said Jill. I can't believe we didn't think of that before. Let's see, she went on, looking off into space. What should I be? I don't think I can quite squeeze into my cat costume from 3rd grade. For the rest of the afternoon, while we worked on making decorations, planning games, and choosing recipes for snacks, we also talked about what costumes we'd wear. By the time we finished, Sunny had decided to be Mrs. Claus. Maggie was planning a pink panther outfit, and Jill was trying to figure out how to dress up as Marge Simpson. And me, I don't have a clue what I would be. I didn't have a clue what I would be. Somehow, I just couldn't concentrate on my costume. Not until I'd done everything in my power to catch the robber. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. By this group's process of elimination. Clearly, none of these people have read up on what people thought of criminals. Much worse. Yeah, like everybody says Ted Bundy seemed like a nice enough guy. I don't know that he was like helping little grannies cross the street or anything, but like. Skateboarding's still a thing, not as popular. Yeah. In the 90s, it feels like everything, especially for kids, had to have a skateboard somewhere. I need to do more Doctor Who stuff when I can. I was bummed that they had to rule it struck media because I was going to cover it when we were back when we were at our England stop. I know that was like what 3 or 4 stops ago on our world tour. I'm interested to know how this picture comes to be because the kids are trick or treating, and I guess that's Dawn. And there's a guy skulking around. He's not in the clown mask, but I wonder what's going to happen. Same, Chris. I went through a skateboarding phase, but I was never good at it. So I eventually stopped. I was always getting hurt. I was always crashing. All right, getting there, guys. Let's keep going. We're definitely more than halfway done. Well, you guys have been wanting to do another Babysitter's Club universe book, and, you know, it's been a while, so it's only fitting that we get, like, an extra long one. Oh, thank you, Patrick. That's amazing. Have fun at the premiere. Jet Riding Optimus Prime and anybody else who's going over to see the podcast. If not, you know, you'll have it after. Let me run I haven't run an ad in a little while. Let me run an ad while I'm thinking about it. Trust myself on a skateboard, so I got a scooter. I also had a scooter. You can stink in real life and be great. Oh yeah, Tony Hawk, Pro Skater. I used to play it on my cousin's PlayStation 2, a little. We didn't have a PlayStation, so all the PlayStation 2 games, which there weren't that many that I had any kind of experience with, I played in like short little bursts at my cousin's house. Ride it much. Those were some ads. Oh, what did you guys get for ads? All right. Welcome, everybody, joining us now. It is 11:02. I know that there is a premiere going on. This might be the first time ever that a premiere and a live stream are happening at the same time on my channel. Didn't plan for that, but here we go. I thought we'd be done with the book by now. Well, accidental ASMR. But we're not. But I'm gonna keep going. Reading a book. Mine was for some device for phones, glasses. Experience of not understanding how to play. And used to is truly learning how the bar worked. And Just Dance. Oh, the Just Dance. I had Just Dance on the Wii. Wait. Oh, sorry. In glasses reading. Oh, got it. Me. I got it. I'm caught up. Sorry, Chris. It's 11 o'clock at night. I'm sorry. Um. So what do you think? Sunny twirled around to give me the full effect. I laughed and clapped my hands. I love it, I said. Are you wearing that to school today? I could just imagine the looks she'd get if she walked down the halls wearing a bright red hat trimmed in white fur, plus red pants, black boots, and a red jacket, so stuffed with pillows that Sunny looked as if she weighed about 300 pounds. I should. Why would... What? It's the casual fat phobia for me, Dawn. I should, said Sunny. That would give everybody something to talk about, wouldn't it? She turned to admire herself in the hall mirror, but I'm not going to. I want to save the costume for our party. It's great, though, isn't it? She twirled around again. My dad had it in a closet. He wore it to some benefit party last year. It's wonderful, I said. The kids will love it. I just think Mrs. Claus is making an appearance at their Halloween party. They can send some early messages to Santa about what they want for Christmas this year. Was this the same year that Nightmare Before Christmas came out? Because that's very on brand. Sunny pulled off the hat, the pillow stuffed jacket, the boots, and the pants. Underneath, she was dressed for school in black leggings and a long white shirt. Okay, she said, I'm ready. She must have been warm. I'm ready to go. We're not late, are we? No, it was a little early. I was a little early, I said. Sunny and I walk to school together most days, so our routine is for me to stop and pick her up. She's hardly ever quite ready, so I've made a habit of showing up early. That way I always have time to help her out with a wardrobe crisis, or join her in checking under the sofa cushions for her math homework. Sunny grabbed her backpack, called goodbye to her mom, and followed me out the door. Which way today? She asked. Then when we had hit the sidewalk in front of our house. Another part of our routine was that we try to vary our route to school as often as possible. I think walking the same way every day is boring. I like the challenge of figuring out new ways to go the same place. Oh, fine. Show off about not being neurodivergent and getting easily lost. First we'll go down Camino del Rey, I said. I've been figuring out this route from the time I woke up that morning. We'll turn left on La Costa and then right on Durango. Then we'll circle back around and end up behind the school. Cool, said Sunny. A whole new way. Let's go. As we walked up Camino del Rey, we began to talk about the robber. I'm bummed, said Sunny. We've been doing everything we can think of, but we haven't found one single new clue, and Halloween's only 2 days away. Do you really think there's any way we can catch this guy? I reminded her about some of the cases I'd worked on with my friends in Stony Brook. This clown is not the first bad guy I've been up against, you know, I said. And don't forget about that case you helped me solve. Remember the surfer ghost? I do not remember the surfer ghost, but I guess I will. I prefer Corpse Bride too, but I like Nightmare Before Christmas. Corpse Bride is better, though. Blade. Well, that's good, Chris. I'm glad. Okay. Almost every single chapter, with the exception of one, has been exactly 10 pages. I don't know how they got that to be, but there we go. Sunny nodded. How could I forget? Not long ago, Sunny and I were taking surfing lessons and planning to enter a big competition. While we were hanging out in the beach, something awful happened. One of the top surfers disappeared. Everybody thought he had been murdered, especially when people started seeing a phantom surfer riding the nighttime waves. But Sunny and I were suspicious, so we did some detective work, and it turned out that Thrash, that was the surfer's name, wasn't dead after all. Somebody had tried to kill him because they knew he'd win the competition, and somebody went to jail after I convinced Thrash to finger him. What? I guess we're gonna have to read that book at some point in the future. P.S. Thrash didn't win the competition, and then he took off for Australia or some other place with big waves. I've never seen him again, but I still have this cool ring he gave me to remember him by. Sometimes I wear it around my neck on a chain. Well, now I feel like I just did read the story. Hey, Christopher. Why would you post something at the same time as reading? It wasn't planned. I thought we'd be done by now. It was either that the podcast was ready right as we went live, so either I'd have to post it right as we went live, or I was going to try to post it right after, but turns out the book is a little bit long, so yeah, we're just going to gloss over that, Audriel. Woodstock. Ooh, interesting. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I thought the same thing, Audriel. Yeah. No, I got it. Anyway, when I reminded Sunny about Thrash, she seemed to perk up a little. I guess we do have a chance, she said, but what else can we do? Let's think, I said. What other clues do we have? Finding out who bought Clown Mask was no help. We walked along silently for a few minutes. Tell me again about what you saw that day, Sunny suggested. Maybe we'll think of something. Okay, I shifted my backpack to the other shoulder. Well, the robber was dressed in black, for one thing. He was wearing those fly-high sneakers. Are those supposed to be like Converse? Or is that I don't think that's a real thing. Is that a real thing? They have like real name drops of companies. Never heard of Fly High. That's good, said Sunny. Not too many people have those yet. Maybe we should be on the lookout for people wearing them. Right, I said. Let's see. Who else? Just then I heard somebody call my name and I turned around to see who it was. Hey, look, I said to Sunny. There's Timmy, the boy I told you about. I waved. What a cool way to go to school, I said admiringly. We were passing the Ford's house and Timmy and his dad were just about to climb onto Mr. Ford's motorcycle. Oh, that kid is little, though. Is he safe? Timmy wore a black helmet and a new-looking brown leather jacket, which his dad was helping him zip up. He waved back at me and grinned. Mr. Ford climbed onto the bike and started it up. Oh my god, I'm getting like anxiety just thinking about it. Then he nodded at Timmy, who pulled down the face shield on his helmet and hopped on behind his dad. With a roar, they took off down the street. I waved again, but Timmy's arms were clutched around his dad's waist, so he didn't wave back. Timmy looks happy, Sonny observed. I thought you said he was kind of a sad kid. He is sometimes, I said. He misses... Well, that's how feelings work, Sonny. They're different sometimes. He misses his mom, but I have to say his dad seems to care about him a lot. He can be gruff. Remember I told you about his yelling at that dog? But Timmy does look awfully happy when he's around him. I'd look happy too, said Sonny. If I got to ride to school on a motorcycle, the other kids must be so jealous. We watched as the motorcycle disappeared into the distance. Then we started to walk and talk again. Maybe legal? I don't know if it's illegal. I'm just a little nervous for this not real kid. All right. So, we'll watch out for the fly highs, said Sunny. Anything else we can do? There's one other thing, I said, thinking out loud. The black car he left in, it had a bumper sticker from Frank's Franks. Sunny smiled. Eat Frank's Franks, she quoted. They're frankly the best. That's the one, I said. I've never been there, but we're going today, said Sunny, snapping her fingers. That's it. We'll stake out the joint. Think it's worth it? I asked doubtfully. It can't hurt, said Sunny. We'll just hang out for a while and watch to see who comes and goes. Deal? Deal, I said, shaking on it. Let's see if Maggie and Jill can come too. Boy, I sure hope nobody's hungry. That was Jill. The four of us were standing in front of the counter at Frank's Franks looking up at the orange and blue menu board. It listed all kinds of junk food. Claudia would have been in heaven, but for the members of the We Heart Kids Club, the menu spelled nothing to eat. Dawn's very high and mighty about being a vegetarian. Chili dogs, foot-long dogs, Frank's special dogs, read Maggie. Ugh, do you know what they put in those things? No, and I don't want to know because they're delicious. I nodded. Pig ears and stuff, right? Sunny giggled. And the rest of the menu isn't much better. I don't think there's a thing on there that isn't processed, cooked in tons of grease, or full of salt. We should have brought some sandwiches, said Jill wistfully. Just then we found ourselves at the head of the line. The blonde woman behind the counter looked us over. What can I get you girls? She asked. She looked about 35. Older than your usual counter person at fast food place, and she looked tired, probably because she had to deal with a restaurant full of teenagers every afternoon. Yep, that'll do it. I'll just have a soda, please, I said. A Coke. I don't usually drink Coke since it's so full of sugar, but it was the only thing I could think of to order, and we had to order something if we were going to be hanging out all afternoon. My friends ordered sodas too. Then, since nobody was in line behind us for the moment, I decided to ask the woman some questions. We're looking for somebody, I said. I wonder if you can help us. She gave me a curious look. Maybe, she said. Who are you looking for? Good question, but not an easy one. Well, it's a man, I said, or a teenage boy, maybe. And all we know about him is that he wears fly-high sneakers and drives a black Chevy, and his car has one of your bumper stickers on it. The woman raised an eyebrow. Not much of a description, she said. I'm afraid I can't help you there. She pointed to a basket full of bumper stickers that looked just like the one I'd seen at the robber's car. Are you talking about these? She said. Feel free to take one if you'd like. They're on the house. Thanks, but we don't have a car, said Sunny. I guess we'll just hang out for a while and keep our eyes peeled. We found a booth and sat sipping our sodas. Frank's is a popular place, and lots of people came and went while we sat there. They could be making extra cash on the side if they sold the bumpers. People buy bumper stickers. I don't know. Maybe it's just free advertising. Dawn gives off almond mom vibes. Oh God, not the vegan teacher. Not that. She isn't quite going vegan teacher yet, but she has been very vegan teachery in the past. Lots of people came and went while we sat there. We examined each of them closely. There were plenty of high school kids, and a couple of them even wearing fly highs, but they didn't look suspicious. A group of construction workers came in, but they were all really big guys, way too tall to be my robber. There were also a few other booths like ours full of middle school or high school girls. We sipped our drinks as long as we could, but finally we had to give up our booth to a group of electric company workers with full trays. We left the restaurant and stood on the sidewalk for a few minutes talking about what we had or hadn't seen. Did you notice how the woman behind the counter kept staring at us? Sunny asked, as if after we discussed the general lack of suspects at Frank's. I nodded. I think it's because we stayed so long without buying any food. I have another theory, Sunny said mysteriously. What? I asked. We all leaned closer. I think she's a cop. Undercover. What? She nodded knowingly. She's staking out the place just like we were. Whoa, we all said, sure that Sunny was right. As we walked away from Frank's, I took one last look over my shoulder. If she was a police officer, I sure hope she had better luck than we did. As far as I could tell, we didn't have a single clue left to check out. Our investigation was at a dead end. Miss a lot. It's okay, Texas. Babysitter club things are happening, but then there's also like Nancy Drew notebooks, things mixed in there. It's a lot. Okay. Getting down to the home stretch. Dawn, the vegan teacher. Where would Dawn be today? Being the vegan teacher. um an MLM. Yes, we've talked about this before. All right. Trying to get the electrolyte water in with the coffee. Drinking bleach to kill COVID. Dawn would be on TikTok pushing all of her values. So yeah, very, very, very vegan teacher. Yeah, that tracks. All right. Chapter 11. I don't know why I said that in a Scottish accent, but there you go. All right. Dear Dawn, I love a happy ending, and I know you do too, so you'll be glad to hear that everything worked out just fine for the Barretts and the DeWitts. For a while there, it was touch and go. I was almost expecting to hear the wedding had been called off. After all, if they couldn't find a house, they couldn't get married, but wedding bells will be ringing, and it looks like Stony Brook Brady Bunch will be living happily ever after. This letter was just the boost I needed. It didn't give me any new ideas about how to solve our mystery, but it cheered me right up. If anybody deserved a happy ending, it was the Barrett kids. Stacy's letter explained what had happened, but I had to call her anyway just to tell her how happy her news had made me. While we talked, she filled me in on the details of her day with the Barretts and the DeWitts. I also talked to her about the mystery. She didn't know any suggestions to offer, though. Know what, Dawn? She asked. I think the best thing for you to do at this point is to put all your energy into planning the party your club is throwing. If it's a great party, the kids will have so much fun they won't even miss trick or treating. That's not true. I wasn't so sure, but I decided to follow her advice. I knew I'd also be keeping my eyes and ears open. I just couldn't give up my hope that the robber might still be caught. Anyway, about the Barretts and the DeWitts, Stacy told me she had no idea what to expect when she took a Saturday job with the two families. As far as she knew, Mr. DeWitt and Mrs. Barrett might still be planning to buy the house in Greenvale. After all, it was the only house they could afford that met all their needs and would be hard to give it up, whether or not the kids were happy about the decision. Still, Stacy was hoping that as she walked to the front door, that the day wouldn't involve a trip to Greenvale to take another look at the house none of the kids wanted to live in. She crossed her fingers as she rang the doorbell. Mrs. Barrett looked gorgeous in a plain blue dress. Mrs. Barrett, looking gorgeous in a plain blue dress, let her in. "Welcome, Stacy," she said with a smile. "You're just in time for our announcement." She led Stacy into the living room where the 7 kids plus Franklin sat silently. Stacy was amazed. It was a weird sight, she told me. All those kids sitting together in one room and nobody giggling or crying or pinching anybody else. It was like a historic event, probably the first and last time they will sit so quietly in one place. Stacy took a seat next to Buddy, who gave her a tight smile. "What's up?" she whispered to him. "They said they had an announcement to make," he whispered back. "We figured they're going to tell us that we have to move to Greenvale, whether we like it or not." "Not," hissed Lindsay, who was sitting beside Buddy with her arms folded across her chest. Buddy nodded sadly. "Not is right," he murmured. Stacy glanced at Susie, who looked as if she'd been crying a bit. Taylor and Madeline sat on either side of her wearing matching pouts. Marnie and Ryan were way too young to understand what was going on, but they could sense the tension in the air. They sat quietly too. Stacy said as if they knew this wasn't the time to make a fuss. After a minute, Stacy saw Mr. DeWitt and Mrs. Barrett exchanged a look. Then Franklin stood up and paced around the room for a moment, coming to a stop in front of the fireplace. He faced the room full of children with his hands behind his back. Well, he said, as we told you, we have an announcement to make, and I guess the time has come. He paused for a second. We've reached a decision about the Greenvale house. Stacy looked at Buddy. He was wincing, preparing for bad news. We've decided not to buy it, Franklin went on. Stacy, who was still watching Buddy, saw his jaw drop. She also heard gasps from some of the other kids. Mrs. Barrett stood up next to Mr. DeWitt. We want you to know that your opinions count in big decisions like this. Oh, what good parents. And if staying in Stony Brook is so important to you, that's exactly what we'll do. Buddy finally found his voice. Yeah, he shouted. The yee. I guess it was more like a yee, he shouted. The other kids joined in the cheering. Mr. DeWitt and Mrs. Barrett just stood there grinning. Then, when the cheering died down, Franklin lost his smile. The bad news, he said, is that it won't be easy to find a place big enough for 9 people. Not one we can afford, anyway. We'll all help, said Buddy. Yeah, agreed Lindsay. We want to help. Great, said Franklin. You can start today. We have a list of houses to look at. Mrs. Barrett held up a clipboard. They're all in Stony Brook, she said. More cheers. And the van's waiting outside, said Franklin, so let's hit the road. Stacy described the day to me as a marathon. We drove to places in Stony Brook I've never even seen before, she said. They saw really ugly houses and houses that were falling down and houses that weren't even big enough for 2 people to live in. Finally, Franklin pulled the van up in front of one near SMS. Open house today, said a sign in front. What is SMS? This is pretty, said Mrs. Barrett, gazing at the house. It was yellow, with green shutters, and it looked big. The kids jumped out of the van and began eyeing the house. It has a nice porch, said Buddy. I like the little tower with all the windows, said Lindsay. Can that be my room? Hold on there, said Franklin. No need to argue over rooms until we find out more about this place. He led the kids inside the house, and they scattered, running up and down the halls, checking out the kitchen, and racing up the stairs to see the bedroom. Stacy scurried around trying to keep the kids together. A realtor, dressed in a neat red blazer, stood in the living room. She shot dirty looks at the kids as they ran past her, but Stacy ignored her. She had her hands full. Mr. DeWitt and Mrs. Barrett paused to talk to the realtor about the price of the house while Stacy rounded up the kids. By the time she had them all together, Franklin was ready to leave. His face, Stacy noticed, was looking very white. But Dad, Lindsay said, I like this place. It's perfect for us. That may be, said her father, herding her and the other kids out the door, but it's way, way out of our price range. Once they were... House hunting sucks, by the way. Sincerely, somebody who will probably never own my own house, but, you know. Oh, yeah, the Lizzo lawsuit podcast was last week's episode. This week's episode is about DashCon, the infamous Tumblr convention from 2014. Once they were out of the house, Mrs. Barrett turned back to take one last look. It's such a pity, Franklin, Stacy heard her say to Mr. DeWitt. It really is a lovely place. It sure is, said Franklin, but we just can't afford it, and that's that. Guess what happened at the next 3 houses they drove to? Pretty much the same thing. Each of the houses looked good at first, although Franklin did have some questions about the roof and the second one. But as soon as the kids started to fall in love with the house, they'd find out that it cost too much. By mid-afternoon, Mr. DeWitt and Mrs. Barrett were looking extremely discouraged. This is pathetic, said Mrs. Barrett, cradling her head in her hands. At this rate, we'll never find a house, and we'll never be able to get married. Franklin tried to comfort her, but Stacy could see that he was feeling dejected too. Come on, Mom, said Buddy. We can do it. Yeah, let's keep looking, said Lindsay. There has to be a house out there for us. Stacy was glad to see that the kids were still hopeful. Just then, Marnie, because the kids aren't old enough to know anything about the housing market. That's why they're hopeful. Just then, Marnie piped up from the back seat. House, she said. That's right, said her mother wearily. House. House, Marnie said more vehemently. Stacy saw that Marnie was staring out the window. The van was stopped at an intersection near an elementary school, and sure enough, when Stacy checked to see what Marnie was looking for, was looking at, there was a house with a for sale sign in the front. In front. Hey, look, said Buddy. He noticed the sign too. That house is for sale, and it's a nice one. His mother turned to look. It's not on our list, she said doubtfully. Can't we just look at it? Begged Lindsay. It's right near the school, and it has a nice little front yard. A very little front yard, said Franklin. But you're right. It is nice. I guess it wouldn't hurt to get out and take a look. He parked the van and everybody piled out. First, they walked around outside. There's no porch, said Mrs. Barrett. That doesn't matter, said Susie, who needs a dumb old porch. Stacy could already see that the kids liked the house a lot. And when the families went inside, the kids fell in love. This is great, said Buddy, when the owners showed them a basement bedroom. But there's only 4 bedrooms, said Mrs. Barrett. No problem, said Buddy. I can double up with Taylor. And Susie and Madeline and I can share a room, added Lindsay. Susie, 3 girls in 1 room. I guess that can work. Mr. DeWitt and Mrs. Barrett exchanged a glance. That yard is awfully small, said Franklin, looking out a window. Who cares? Asked Buddy. We can play over at the school playground. Play, yelled Ryan and Marnie. Swings, added Marnie. Mr. DeWitt and Mrs. Barrett stepped onto the front steps with the owner of the house while Stacy and the kids roamed around inside, looking over the living room, bright and cheery, and the kitchen, ditto, and the backyard, smaller than the front yard, but it had a patio. After a few minutes, Franklin called the kids together. You all really like this house, he asked. Definitely, said Buddy. We love it, said Lindsay. Well, the price is right, said Franklin. We may have found our new home. Yay, yelled the kids. Or maybe we should say you found our new home, said Mrs. Barrett, gazing at the kids. I have a feeling we'll be very happy here. Stacy told me she felt like crying at that point, but she held it in. I practically felt like crying myself when she had finished her story. Why is it that happy endings make people want to cry? Oh, I just cry all the time. Texas. The book was longer than expected. There's currently a premiere also going on for the podcast, this week's podcast episode. So, guess that's a first for this channel. Oh my god, I forget sometimes just how many books Anna Martin has written. I know she's very open about some of them being ghostwritten, but still, so many books to this woman's name. Could they not get the price before they let the kids in? Right, I was thinking the same thing. The Dawn hate peaked when the premiere started. Thank God there ain't a TwitterCon. Wanting to go to DashCon after it had been announced because I was a small child, very active in the internet MLP community. Yeah. I'm glad that you didn't actually have to go and endure it. Sounds like a dream cottagecore home, yes. That neurodivergent representation in Be More Chill, it made me cry. Aw. Someone put the haunted mask on Dawn. Would you ever read The Hobbit on stream? I don't see why not. I haven't read The Hobbit since middle school. I loved it in middle school, though. I've also never read Lord of the Rings proper, so maybe that'll have to happen at some point. Once the stream is over, feel free to come over to the premiere for the podcast since there are 4 people watching it right now. That's okay. We're not really that concerned. The premiere doesn't have to be the premiere just kind of is a first little boost, and then the video will just continue to garner regular views like normal. So it's all good. Hobbit stream would be fun. I'll have to plan that. I know exactly where our copy of The Hobbit is in the front room. I'll have to go pull it out. Okay, we are getting there, guys. Woo! Chapter 12. We're getting very close. You know, how about somebody from history like Marie Antoinette or Martha Washington? Jill looked at me hopefully as she pulled a roll of orange crepe paper out of a grocery bag. It was Friday and the day before Halloween, and since the clown robber hadn't been caught yet, by us or by the police, my friends and I were moving along with our party plans. We had met at the elementary school gym as soon as school was out, and each of us was hauling a load of party decorations and favors. Some of the PTO members had offered to help us decorate the gym, but we decided it would be more fun to do it ourselves. We had the radio cranked high. The local station was playing all kinds of Halloween-related music, such as Monster Mash. We bopped around to the music as we worked to set up the gym for the party. Does anybody remember, 2 Halloweens ago now, that I covered Monster Mash the movie? The Monster Mash. That was a lot. That was a whole lot. Sometimes I just forget that movie exists and then I just remember and I'm like, ugh. Music as we worked to set up the gym for the party. My friends seemed to be worried about the fact that I hadn't figured out a costume yet. They kept coming up with suggestions, but so far none of them seemed right to me. Martha Washington, I said now to Jill. Get out of here. Anyway, it's too complicated. Where would I find the old-fashioned clothes? Okay then, said Maggie, who was laying out orange tablecloths printed with black witches and cats. On each of the 10 tables we had set up, how about a cave woman? You know, with like a leopard skin dress. Yeah, said Sunny, and your hair up on top of your head with a bone through it, like pebbles. I shrugged. I don't know, I said. I'd feel silly. Feeling silly is part of what Halloween's all about, said Jill. It's the one day of the year when everybody gets to act like a little kid again, no matter how old they are. That's what I love about it, said Sunny. I've always had the best time on Halloween. She bent to check on the bag of apples we'd brought for our Bobbing for Apples game. I just hope the kids have a good time this year, I said. I feel so bad about their not being able to trick or treat. I heard that some of the parents feel really bad about it too, said Maggie. In fact, Mrs. Johnson told me that a few parents are considering lifting the curfew just for the night and letting the kids go out after all. You're kidding, said Maggie, dropping her end of the crepe paper. She was helping Sunny stretch across the room. That's terrible. I mean, first of all, what about the robber? And what about our party? We've done all this planning and everything. She looked around the room at the decorations. It's okay, I said. I mean, I agree with you that it doesn't seem safe for the kids to go out. But it's their parents' decision, and if they do go out, we can still have our party. We'll just have it a little later. I don't know that it's really that the guy who robbed the convenience store is that much of a danger to a bunch of kids trick-or-treating. I don't know. The safety trick-or-treating video was equally a lot. Yep. The 70s one? Yep, that we did last Halloween. Yep. I was just thinking about that this morning. Ooh, okay. All right. If they do go out, we can still have our party. We'll just have it a little later. Sure, that'll work fine, said Sunny. Anyway, I know the kids are looking forward to the party. We couldn't cancel it now, no matter what. I sighed. I had come to the gym prepared to concentrate on setting up the party. I had resolved to follow Stacy's advice and forget about the robber for the time being, but it wasn't easy. I shook my head to clear away the thoughts of the mystery and set to work on making the haunted house in one corner of the gym. First, Sunny and I put up some partitions we'd gotten from the custodian. Then we set our tables covered with cheesecloth, which would feel like moss to kids, with blindfolds on, we'd hoped. We hung stockings from a rope strung across the partitions. They would feel like spider webs. After that, we put out a bowl of cooked spaghetti spaghetti. Carol told me this stuff called porciatelli works best, which was supposed to feel like cold, slimy worms. We peeled grapes in another bowl, eyeballs, of course, and pile of chicken bones, ew, on a plate for witches' fingers. This'll be great, said Sunny, surveying the area. Did you bring the tape? I nodded. Jeff and I put the finishing touches on it last night, I said. Carol had some great ideas, too. I got the radio/tape player. When I unplugged it, Maggie and Jill protested. We were listening to that, said Jill. I'll bring it back in a second, I said. Sonny and I just want to check out the haunted house tape I made. Cool, said Maggie. Can we come see what you guys did? Make them wait, yelled Sonny from inside the partitions. You can come in a minute, but you'll have to wear blindfolds. We want to test this out. Okay, said Jill, but if we test out your project, you'll have to test out ours. She and Maggie had been setting up the disappearing chairs game and also the pin the broom on the witch poster. Okay, almost there. Sorry, guys. Trumpeter, Jesus. Little Vampire. I forgot about that movie. Still trying to scout out good Halloween stuff for us to cover, even though we still don't have a resolution to the SAG strike yet. And are still touring the world. But, you know, we still make the most of it. I think this might be the first year ever that we don't do a Halloween Town video, which we only have the Halloween Town High left, so it's not like next year would be any different. Deal, I said. We'll be ready in a second. I brought the tape player over to the partitioned area and plugged it in. Then I stuck in the tape Jeffrey and I had made and pushed play. Jeff and I had made and pressed play. I kept the volume down low so Maggie and Jill wouldn't hear it until we were ready for them. As the tape rolled, eerie noises started to come out of the speakers. There were clanging noises, Jeff banging on a pot with a spoon, shrieks, Carol had borrowed a friend's violin, and a ghostly moans. Me summoning up all the scariest ghost stories I'd ever read. Whoa, that sounds so weird, said Sonny. It's giving me the chills. I know, I said, grinning. Carol showed us how to slow down some of the sound effects for an even creepier sound. It's terrific. If I played them in my room while I was reading ghost stories, I think I'd jump out of my skin. She's gonna love ambient sounds, like ambient roomscapes. She's gonna love those in about 20 years. Being played definitely pre-2000s. Oh, yeah. Yep. I turned off the tape and took a glance around. Do you think the house is ready? I asked. Sunny nodded. Looks like it, she said. Shall we try it out on our first victims? Definitely. We need a dress rehearsal for tomorrow night. We called Jill and Maggie over and made them put on blindfolds before they entered the partitioned area. Then Sunny ducked inside and turned on the tape when I began the speech we'd written. Welcome, I said in my ghastliest, ghostliest voice. Gaslight ghost keep ghoul boss. Welcome to the House of Horrors. Please enter our haunted house and enjoy the nasty surprise we have in store for you. Jill and Maggie giggled. I hope it's not too scary, Jill said. We don't want to freak the little kids out. We'll tone it down for the youngest ones, I said in my normal voice. Then I switched back to the scary one. Enter, I commanded, and prepare to be horrified. I let them inside the partition. The tape was playing softly, and the moans seemed to surround us. Ooh, said Maggie. Sounds like a ghost with a bellyache. She and Jill giggled again. You dare to laugh? I asked in my scary voice. You won't be laughing after you feel these worms we dug from the graveyard. I took their hands and plunged them into the bowl of spaghetti. Ew, shrieked Jill. Gross, yelled Maggie. Ew, it really feels like worms. Sunny and I grinned at each other. Then Sunny said in a high witch's cackle, How about these finger bones? She pushed their hands into a pile of chicken bones. I used them all my recipes, she said with a glee. Jill and Maggie jumped back right into the hanging webs. Ugh, Jill said Jill. What's dangling over me? Spider webs, I answered happily. Now for the eyeballs. I stuck their fingers into the bowl of peeled grapes. Ah! Yelled Maggie. That's it. I've had enough. She ripped off her blindfold. You guys did a really, really good job, she said. The kids are going to love this. I know, I said. They love gross stuff. The grosser, the better, as Jeff always says. Well, our pin the broom game isn't gross, said Jill, but I think the younger kids will like it. Want to try it out? Sure, I said. Sonny turned off the tape player and we headed over to the wall where they'd hung the poster. You go first, Dawn, she said. I want to scope this out. I bet I can stick the broom in the right place on my first turn. Oh yeah, I said. We'll see about that. Maggie made me put on a blindfold, and then she and Jill spun me around 3 or 4 times until I felt as if I might barf. I was pretty dizzy, and it took me a second to regain my balance. Then, holding the broom, a cardboard cutout, in front of me, I marched straight toward the poster, or so I thought. I heard gales of laughter behind me. The other way, Dawn, Jill finally said, choking out the words out. I lifted my blindfold and peeked. Sure enough, I was headed for the refreshment table across the room. I pulled the blindfold back down, got my bearings, and headed to the poster. This time I hit it right. I stuck the broom where I thought it should go. More laughter. I pulled off the blindfold and looked. The broom was coming out of the witch's warty nose. Okay, Sonny, I said, joining the laughter. Let's see if you can do better. No problem. This is a piece of cake, she pointed out. She put on her blindfolds, submitted her to her spins, and promptly walked across the room to the same way I had. We cracked up, and Sonny peeked out of the blindfold. She said, this is harder than I thought. Fixing the blindfold, she tried again. And this time, she hit the poster. But her broom was floating above the witch in the night sky Jeff and I had painted. Piece of cake, huh? I asked her, grinning. She laughed. I bet the kids will be better at it than we were. We can try out the disappearing chairs game now, Jill said. I want to make sure we set it up right. Or can we try? I guess she asked it as a question. But, whatever. She ran to the radio/tape player and placed it near the row of chairs. Okay, everybody, she said. You know how it goes. I'll turn on the radio and you march. Then when I turn it off, you each grab a chair. There are only enough for 2 of you, and I'll take one chair away to make it harder. Then I'll take one chair away to make it harder. That's the disappearing chair part. Whoever gets the last chair wins. All set, we said, standing at the ready. Okay, she said. Here goes. She snapped on the radio, an announcer talking loudly and quickly. Darn, she said. No music. Hold on while I find another station. Wait, said Sonny. Did you hear what he said? She said. She had turned white. There was another robbery. Turn it up. Jill turned up the volume, and we all clustered around the radio. Sure enough, the clown robber had struck again, and this time somebody had been hurt. A clerk at a hardware store had fallen while she had tried to move out of the way, and she was in the hospital. The robber had escaped. Bad news. It's a kid's book, so they couldn't have somebody be, pew-pewed by the robber. So they just fell, thankfully. Very bad news, said Maggie, shaking her head. Very bad news. Bad news, said Maggie, shaking her head. Very bad news, I said. That's awful. Trick-or-treating will definitely be called off now, said Sonny. Jill nodded, which means our party is definitely on. Good thing we're ready. We surveyed the room solemnly. I felt terrible that the robber was still on the loose, but as I looked over our work, I felt good about one thing. That clown wouldn't be able to ruin Halloween for the kids after all. Okay, let's take a breath in. I'm the only one listening to the podcast now. That's fine. Hearing about the old lady, it just reminded me of the meme. I've fallen and I can't get up. It happens with premieres. Premieres aren't really the same as, lives. It's just a way to, have some extra fanfare for the video. Again, the only reason I did it was because I was hoping we would all hop over there because I didn't know how long this book was going to end up being. And it was either that or posting it at the exact same time as the start of the live stream. So at least I tried. Yes, musical chairs. Like none of us knew how to play that. Yes, thank you. Thank you for describing book. The book had to describe all of musical chairs to us. Heaven forbid. I mean, we've still got like 22 pages left, so it might. It looks like I don't think I'm gonna read 22 pages in 12 minutes. So I'm sure the podcast will. The podcast is only an hour, so probably will. You guys can go check it out after this, though, if you want. If not, no worries. All my fellow Tumblr girlies, gender neutral. Anybody that grew up on Tumblr will probably get a kick out of this week's podcast episode. Chapter 13. I need to sip of my drink. Hang on. I love that this Six Flags cup because it is exactly the right size for my electrolyte packets that taste like lemonade. Helps me get my water in. I woke up early on Halloween morning and lay in bed. Thinking about costumes, I wanted something that would be easy and fun, something that would reflect my personality, something I could throw together fast. There wasn't much time left. I had a sitting job with Eric and Ryan that morning, and later in the day, I'd be busy with last minute preparations for the party. I still had to whip up a batch of pumpkin granola nut cookies, for one thing. I looked around my room, hoping for inspiration. My favorite pair of overalls hung on a hook near my closet. Should I be a farmer? What about the sheets that were pulled up to my chin? Would they make a good ghost outfit? I glanced at a flowered skirt I'd tossed over a chair. If all else failed, I could put together a G-word costume. Nope. Dawn, Donifer. We almost got to the end of this book. We got 120 pages in without any racism. Dawn. Fuck you, Dawn. None of those ideas thrilled me. I'm glad the last one didn't, but I didn't have time to worry about it then, not if I was going to be on time for my job with Eric and Ryan. I jumped out of bed, dressed quickly, and headed downstairs for breakfast with Dad and Jeff. Morning, sunshine, said my dad, smiling at me over his newspaper. Morning, sunburn, said Jeff. Get it? You give me a pain, just like sunburn, he grinned. Jeff is speaking for all of us. Dawn being the worst once again. It's Dawn. What did you expect? I know, but still. Why that of all? Dawn, no. No, 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 no. What the fuck again? Welcome home away from home, Ellery. I was stuck at work extra hours. I did get to catch stream for a little bit. Yay! She used the G slur because she's awful. Emoji can throw at chat. Enjoy this T-Rex. Thank you. Aw, that makes me miss Gabe. Gabe isn't able to be at the next couple. Well, you guys will probably see a couple more episodes with Gabe, but the next 2 episodes that we have to film for the podcast, Gabe can't be here, so Maddie is going to help me, which yay, but also it's like, it's been a while since Gabe hasn't been with us on our fandom nondescript time machine traveling journeys. And I know that he would love the T-Rex, so that made me think of him. Yes, but Maddie, that'll be very fun. Maddie's never been on the podcast. And I did meet Maddie working on set. She doesn't work in the industry anymore, so people sometimes forget, but she does have set experience, so. Next are me hissing, yes. I read it as, I want my T-Rex babies. I know! Okay. I bopped him on the head. Living with Jeff means being called names on a regular basis, but I don't mind it. In fact, I miss it when I'm not around him. Brother-sister relationships are funny that way. Yeah, they are. Ready for Halloween, I asked. I see you're already wearing that ugly mask. Jeff, who wasn't wearing a mask at all, just laughed and went back to eating his cereal. I can't believe they still haven't caught that robber, said my dad, shaking his head, and he put down the paper. You two be careful out there, okay? Keep your eyes open while you're in stores. Speaking of stores, said Jeff, did you get the Halloween goodies yet, just in case there's trick-or-treating after all? He always likes to be sure we're going to give out something good, so he won't be embarrassed in front of his friends. One year, my mom actually handed out raisins and apples. Jeff was mortified. Not as bad as the All-State pencil lady. I've told that story. He convinced my health nut family to give up their principles for one day a year, and since then we've always handed out the good stuff. Carol's picking it up, said my dad. I think she said she's buying carrots. He gave Jeff a teasing glance. Jeff glared at him. You better be kidding, he said. I am. She's getting some gooey chocolate stuff, I think. That's more like it, said Jeff. I'd go for the carrots myself, I said, I finishing the last bite of the oatmeal raisin toast I'd made myself. Anyway, I have to run, because you're boring, Dawn. Anyway, I have to run. See you guys later. I grabbed my backpack and gave my dad a quick hug and Jeff a high five and headed out the door. As I walked Eric and Ryan's, I thought about the pity it was that we hadn't been able to catch the robber. I could tell Jeff was still hoping against hope that he'd be allowed to trick-or-treat, and most of the other kids probably felt the same way. I saw the Ford's house up ahead and thought about Timmy being able to trick-or-treat would mean a lot to him, too. He was excited about the costume Mrs. Stevens had helped him with, and he'd even added a few details to it. He was going to be a very convincing alien. As I approached the Fords, I noticed that the backyard gate in their chain-link fence was swinging open, so I stopped to close it. I remember how angry Mr. Ford had been about that dog digging in their yard. As I latched the gate, I happened to look down, and what I saw made me raise my eyebrows. There was a dirt path leading up to the gate, and in the dirt were footprints. Footprints with the clear outline of shooting stars. Somebody wearing fly highs had been walking around in Timmy's yard. Oh my god, it's his dad. It's his dad. Oh my god. Oh my god, red alert. We've solved the case. Footprints were the clear outline of shooting stars. Somebody wearing I leaned over to take a better look. There were a lot of footprints going in and out of the yard, then I shrugged. So what if there were footprints? It wasn't really much of a clue. After all, those sneakers were available in lots of stores. The robber wasn't the only one who had them, and even if it were some kind of clue, it was too late for me to follow up in time for the kids to trick or treat. I decided to tell Officer Garcia about it on Monday just in case she wanted to stake out the area. I headed back to the sidewalk feeling a little down. My friends and I had done our best, but we hadn't even come close to solving the crime. You're not doing your best, Dawn. You're not telling the police. I know, you guys know I don't really mess with the police, but still, you should tell the detective. Thinking of Officer Garcia made me... We've only got the end of this chapter and one more, so we are almost done. Wonder if the police were doing any better. Did they have any leads, or were they stumped just like us? I'll pick out one that isn't from Dawn's perspective next time. Or, Dawn, you could tell the cops, before Monday. that an emoji? I didn't know that was an emoji until right now. Yes, it'll be very fun chaos. Nobody's surprised. Dawn is just the worst. So remember, kids, unless you are thoroughly prepared to kick someone's ass and are where they do not have some sort of then you can that this is a no. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. 13-year-olds should not be doing this. It's different when it's Nancy, who's at least an adult teenager, at least in most of the books. Yeah, I get that, Adriel. Like, yeah, morons, they said he was armed. That's a no-no for regular people as well. Yep. 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 I know we don't really love the police, but this is one of those times where, you know, professionals of some kind need to be handling this situation. Hopefully ones with better de-escalation tactics than the police typically have, but, you know, definitely not 13-year-olds. Okay. As I passed the Ford's garage, something made me glance toward it. The garage door was open. For the first time I could remember, Mr. Ford usually just left his motorcycle in the driveway, but this time it was parked inside, and seeing what was parked next to it made me stop in my tracks. I put my hand over my mouth and just stood there staring. It was a Chevy. A black Chevy with a bumper sticker from, you guessed it, Frank's Franks. I don't believe it, I said out loud. Then I thought of Timmy. I don't want to believe it, I said more quietly. There was no mistaking that car. It was without a doubt the car I'd seen the robber jump into. That meant the robber was Mr. Ford, I said in a whisper. Timmy's dad. Oh no. Well, now you definitely have to say something because this unhinged man with a gun, potentially, is hanging with his small child in the house. Yikes. Maybe a private investigator instead of something, but anyone else. Yeah, private investigator or something, you know. It's okay to be ACAB, but, like, maybe don't be 13-year-old vigilantes. Yeah, there's gotta be something. There's gotta be somewhere, you know. There's gotta be a compromise between the two, you know? He could solve crimes with a Great Dane! Oh my gosh. Um. Um. Without a doubt, the car I'd seen the robber jump into. That meant that the robber was Mr. Ford. I said in a whisper, Timmy's dad. Oh no. Then I realized something. If the motorcycle and the car were both in the garage, that meant Mr. Ford must be home. Had he seen me looking into his garage? If so, he might think that I know he was the robber. I knew he was the robber. I looked around quickly, hoping I hadn't been seen, and as I glanced towards the Ford's house, I thought I saw a curtain moving in one of the upstairs windows. Get out! Get out, Dawn! My heart stopped, at least it felt as if it did. For a second I felt paralyzed as if my feet had grown roots, then somehow I made myself move. I ran over to Eric and Ryan's house, banged on the door, and waited for what felt like hours. Finally, Cynthia pulled the door open. Howdy, Dawn, she said cheerfully. Happy Halloween. Then she took a closer look at me. What on earth? She began. I need to talk to you, she said. I said, alone. She nodded. She seemed to understand that I had something very serious to tell her. The boys are upstairs, she said, putting the finishing touches on their costumes. Come on. into the kitchen. She walked quickly, and I followed her, my head buzzing with thought. She handed me a glass of water and sat me down at the table. Then, after she'd made a quick phone call to cancel her plan, she sat down across from me. I took a sip of water and felt a chill slip all the way down my stomach. Then I drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. "What is it, Dawn?" Cynthia asked, leaning over to take my hand. "Tell me." "Mr. Ford," I said, my voice squeaking a little. "Mr. Ford?" Cynthia asked, confused. "He's the one who robbed the store," I said, all in a hurry, so the words ran together. "And its clown mask. It was him." "Dawn," said Cynthia. "Are you sure? How do you know?" I'm as sure as I can be." I felt a little calmer now that we were talking about it. "I saw the getaway car parked in his garage, and there are fly-high footprints in his backyard." "Oh, my," said Cynthia, leaning back in her chair. "Oh, my." "What do we do?" I asked. I was feeling a little panicky. After all, Mr. Ford had been carrying a gun, a pew-pew, that day in the parking lot. "Do?" she said. "Well, I guess we call the police. Thank goodness Timmy is away for the morning. He's visiting his cousin." She passed a hand over her forehead. "This is just awful," she said, sounding a little dazed. "I know, I still can't believe it, but what other explanation can there be?" I stood up and went to the phone and dialed. "Officer Garcia, please," I said. A police car pulled up and across the street just a few minutes after I'd made my call. I didn't watch as they took Mr. Ford away. I couldn't stand to think of Timmy's beloved dad in handcuffs. A few minutes after that, another police car pulled up in front of the DeWitt's house, and an officer climbed out and came up to the walk. He was looking for me. Cynthia showed us both into the den, and for the next 15 minutes, I gave the officer, whose name was Sergeant Sweetser, that's a fun name, a statement about what I'd seen. Later, as Cynthia and I were saying goodbye to Sergeant Sweetser, Eric and Ryan came flying down the stairs. "Wow," said Eric, stopping in his tracks when he saw the police officer standing in his front hall. "Are you a real cop? Or is that a Halloween costume?" Sergeant Sweetser smiled. "I'm a real cop," he said. He tipped his hat and let himself out. "What was he doing here?" Eric asked. Cynthia and I exchanged a quick glance. He was here to tell us that the robber had been caught," said Cynthia. "Isn't that wonderful?" I gave her a little smile. There was no reason yet to tell the boys that their friend's dad was a criminal. Poor Timmy was going to have to deal with that soon enough. "They caught him?" asked Ryan. "Really? Awesome," yelled Eric. "That means we can go trick-or-treating, right?" "Well," Cynthia began. "Oh, please, Mom," begged Ryan. "You said we could go if they caught him," Eric reminded her. "I did, didn't I?" She looked questioning at me, and I shrugged as if to say, "Why not?" I suppose it would be all right," she said. "Yeah!" The boys burst into cheers. "I'm going to call Tommy," said Eric, "and Brad, and everyone. Wait till they hear this." And that was that. Within minutes, the news would be all over town. Trick-or-treating was on again. I would have to call my friends and let them know that our party would take place a little later than we planned. We would also have to make lots of calls and get clients to let clients know we could take their kids trick-or-treating after all, but I didn't mind. I'd gotten my wish. The robber had been caught, but somehow it was hard to be completely happy about it. I kept thinking about how Timmy would look when he found out about his dad. Poor Timmy. I knew no amount of candy was going to make him feel any better. Oh, no. Oh. Okay, guys, I'm going to run the last ad before we read the last chapter. Last ad of the night, I promise. So it's not the Hocus Pocus complex. I was thinking about that too. "Mr. Turner, what have you done?" "We do nothing, Dawn. You're 13. He's scrolling into the trash. Even Batman's kids deserve better than that. They didn't get better, but they deserve better. Not me finding out that Batman canonically has kids. How have I never known that before? Happy midnight for those of you in my time zone. Oh, I lied. We have 2 more chapters, but still, I did tell you the truth that it was the last. It was the last ad break of the night. Oh, all of the Robins are his kids. Got it. Yep. Mm-hmm. I was like, when did Batman settle down? I didn't know about that. He has 1 bio kid out of, I believe, 6 or 7. Got it. And the rest are adopted. Copy that. Learn something new. Biological son. Got it. I never knew Batman had any bio kids. I knew that like Robin, all the Robins were like his kids, but like I didn't know he had any bio kids. To be fair though, it's been a while since I actually read any of the Batman comics. Hell, it's been a while since I saw any of the Batman media period. Fostered 4, adopted 3, has 1 bio. Got it. Welcome back, Luz. Okay. Just want to say before I took a sip of coffee, right after I took a sip of what basically tastes like lemonade, wasn't a good idea. Don't recommend. The Bat Family webtoons, it's great. I will have to look that up. How Damien came about is really triggering. Oh boy. Welcome back, Jet Riding Optimus Prime. Okay, anyway, getting back to the end of this book so we can finally be done. Don't tell her. All right. I won't read in case I won't get spoiled. It's fine. That's all I'm going to say about it. Oh god. I think the last Batman movie I watched was Lego Batman. Yup. Never mind. We're almost done with the book. The Son of Batman movie. Okay, I'll have to catch up on Batman. Is what I've learned when I when I have time and I'm looking for something, some new media. Ooh, what have we here? I watched with pleasure from the sidewalk as the woman at the door smiled at my charges, complimented them on their costumes, and dropped goodies into their bags. I might not have approved of all those goodies going into the kids' bellies, but for once I wasn't going to say a thing about how bad sugar is for your teeth and body. Done! I was just going to let the kids enjoy their day to the fullest. I smiled at Stephanie Clover, and Daffodil came tripping back to me. I was talking to the girls, Steffi, Clover, and Daffodil. I was talking to the girls around, taking the girls around for trick or treating, while Sunny took Eric, Ryan, and Timmy. We'd agreed to split up so as not to overwhelm people by appearing at their door with 6 kids. I mean, 6+ groups of kids show up at my door when I'm handing out candy on Halloween. It's fine. Look what we got, said Steffi, holding up a tiny Snickers bar, and a lady said I was the prettiest ballerina she ever saw. Damn, now I want candy. Should have ordered more Kit Kats. Anyway, and I'm the most beautiful, good witch, said Daffodil, and I'm the cutest bunny, Clover added. That lady sure did like our costumes. I like them too, I said. You guys look terrific. They really did too. Steffi, who's 8, was wearing a pink tutu with spangles all over it. White tights and white leotard. pink and pink ballet slippers. She had a little quote-unquote diamond tiara perched on her head. Clover, who's only 6, was wearing a rabbit costume her mom had made, a gray suit made out of dyed sleeper pajamas with a tail and a hat with pink bunny ears on it. She had drawn whiskers on Clover's face with an eyebrow pencil. Daffodil, who's 9, was wearing a pink gauzy dress with puffed sleeves, and she carried a magic wand with a pink and purple ribbon streaming from it in the gold star on top. She was supposed to be Glinda the Good Witch from The Wizard of Oz. Cute. How come you're not wearing a costume? Steffi asked. I will be later, I said, at the party. What are you going to be? Asked Daffodil, taking my hand as we walked back to the next house. Not telling, I said. It's a surprise. I tried to look mysterious. I'd finally figured out a costume that afternoon. The idea had just come to me, and I realized it was perfect. Carol had helped me figure out how to create the costume, and I was ready to slip into it as soon as I finished taking the girls trick-or-treating, but my costume really was a secret. I hadn't even told my friends in the We Heart Kids Club what I was going to be. We'd agreed to save our costumes for the party, figuring we'd have a half hour or so to change while the kids ate a quick dinner between trick-or-treating and the party. Then we'd rush over to the school gym just in time to greet our guests. Earlier in the day, I'd been worried about how Timmy would deal with the news about his dad, but Cynthia had solved the problem, at least temporarily. I don't think we should tell him until we have to, she said. Let's not ruin Halloween for him. I was going to say the same thing. Please at least tell him on November 1st. Don't be like, your dad's in prison, or your dad's going to prison. Here, have fun trick-or-treating. Bye. I don't trust Dawn. I do not trust Dawn either. I'm very nervous. I'm scared too. Ooh, Kit Kats are my favorite, Luz. When Timmy came back from visiting his cousin, Cynthia was waiting for him. She told him some stories she'd cooked up about why his dad had to go away suddenly, and she said she'd be happy to help him put on his costume. She'd promised the police that she'd be responsible for Timmy. Timmy was so excited about the trick-or-treating, he didn't even ask any questions. Now the little alien was out with Sunny, bagging all the goodies he could, and I was with my group watching as they walked up to each house, rang the bell, and yelled trick or treat, or in Daffodil's case, whispered it. She's a little shy sometimes. I was the same way as a kid. Watching this scene stirred up happy memories of Halloween when I was a little kid. Dawn's like, forget the kid who's like had a life-altering thing happen to his family. I want to talk about my Halloweens as a kid. It's all about me. I'd always loved dressing up, even though I didn't like candy so much. I'd give most of my booty away to friends, or when he was old enough, to Jeff. It wasn't quite dark out yet, as I knew it would be in Stony Brook at the time of day, but the sun was going down, and the shadows were growing. I started to think about some of my favorite ghost stories, just to get in the Halloween mood. I remembered one about a house where a little girl had died of influenza. Her ghost haunts the playroom, rearranging furniture in the dollhouse and tucking in the now antique stuffed animals that are still kept for her to play with. Jesus Christ, Dawn. Just hit me with that one out of nowhere. Remembering the story gave me a fun little shiver. I decided to tell it during our haunted story time that night at the party. Then, just as I was trying to recall some more details, I saw something that gave me a not-so-fun shiver. It was a figure dressed in black, flitting through the yard between two houses. I stopped to stare, but I could see any more. The figure had disappeared. Did Dawn have the wrong person arrested? I swear to God. This is definitely the picture. Excuse me, they said the ballerina was in pink and white, and this ballerina is in pink and black. So I'm calling the police. I'm calling the continuity police. As if it matters. Dawn is either deeply upsetting or boring as fuck and nothing in between ever. Damn, Dawn, that's fucked up. It's close. Yeah, as I'm joking, as if, you know. I like to meme myself for sometimes being that continuity police person. Dawn's probably uglier than she is on the cover. Oh no. Dawn truly has main character syndrome. I think that Dawn continuously has playing in her head on repeat that song from Phineas and Ferb that's like, it's all about you, it's all about me. um, Dawn, the Karen of all Karens. Yeah, she's totally gonna grow up to be a Karen. Did we expect anything from Dawn other than getting the wrong culprit? Let's be honest with ourselves, right? You're the one who sets the bar. We need you on our bass guitar. You're fabulous. I'm fabulous. You're fabulous. We always find ways to bring up Phineas and Ferb. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, I'm gonna let go the fact that the continuity is wrong. Ooh, okay. Where was I? Getting to the yard, two houses, I stopped to stare, but before I could see, any figure had disappeared. Creepy, I muttered, then I laughed at myself. After all, it was Halloween. The streets and yards were full of kids dressed as skeletons, ghosts, and witches. If I was going to get creeped out by everything I saw, it was going to be a long evening. Come on, girls, let's keep moving, I said. My charges, who had taken a seat on the curb in order to assess how much candy they'd raked in so far. Look at this, said Daffodil, holding up a full-size Hershey's bar. Those people always give the best stuff. Oh my god, we've been streaming for 4 hours. Steve just turned 50. Oh my god, I gotta. Sorry, that threw me. My brain is still with Steve from Blue's Clues is 50. Okay. If I was going to get creeped up by everything I saw, it was going to be a long evening. Come on, girls, let's keep moving, I said to my charges who had taken a seat on the curb in order to assess how much candy they'd raked in so far. Already read that, sorry. Look at this, said Daffodil, holding up a full-size Hershey's bar. Already read that. Okay, keep going. I like Smarties best, said Steffi, unwrapping a roll of them. Hold on, Steffi said. Your dad said you weren't supposed to do much munching as you went along, remember? Always let your parents check your candy first. Oh, right, she said, looking a little guilty. Can I just have one? Okay, but remember, we're going to have some treats at the party, too. And play games, right? Asked Daffodil. That's right, I said, and no using your magic wand to help you win either. Miss Glinda. Daffodil giggled. Let's move on, I said again. It's getting dark, and I promised your parents you'd be home for dinner. We proceeded down the sidewalk. The girls walked slowly, their full treat bags bumping against their knees. Then all of a sudden, Daffodil shrieked. Ah, she cried. Did you see that? What is it? I asked, alarmed. I hadn't seen anything. A black cat, said Daffodil. It ran right across the street. in front of us, up there, by Eric and Ryan's house. I guess the cat knows it's Halloween, I said soothingly. But it's bad luck, said Steffi. Not tonight, I said, making up a new superstition as I went along. On Halloween night, it's good luck for Black Cat to cross your path. Really? Asked Daffodil. Really, I said. Cross my heart. Lying to children. Nice. But inside I felt another of those little shivers. Then we passed a group of kids dressed as the Three Stooges, Mo, Larry, and Curly. Yuck, 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 said Mo, sounding just like the real thing. He pretended to stick his fingers into Curly's eyes. I laughed out loud, forgetting about my shivers. Then I led the girls down the street. They stopped at 3 more houses, and after the third, I checked my watch. It's about time to finish up, girls, I said. Aw, really? I asked Clover. Yep, you can go to the next house, but after that, I'll have to take you home. You don't want to be late for that party, do you? Daffodil looked up at the house we were standing in front of, but there's nobody home here, she said. The lights are all out. I looked up. Oh, I said, it was the Ford's house. I hadn't realized we were approaching it. Of course nobody was home. Timmy was out trick-or-treating and Mr. Ford was in jail. I mean, that's okay, I said quickly, trying to hide my surprise. We'll just go to the next one. We walked past the blank, dark windows of the Ford's house. The kids trotted ahead of me, eager to reach the next house, which was lit up brightly and had 3 jack-o'-lanterns on its front steps. As I walked behind them, I glanced into the Ford's backyard. Shivers again. Major shivers. Somebody was in that yard. I stopped walking, letting the girls run ahead, and stared into the dusky gloom, trying for a better look. Then I gasped and took 2 steps back. It was as if my body reacted before my mind did, and my body was saying, run away, run away. Here's what my body was reacting to. The robber who had held up Speedy Jacks was standing in the middle of the Ford's backyard. He was wearing the same all-black outfit. That's who I must have seen running through the yards, and the very same clown mask with the silly pink hair. His back was to me, so he didn't see me looking. I put my hand over my mouth. My brain was still working hard, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. You fucked up, Dawn. It was so bizarre that I couldn't take it right away. First of all, the clown was digging in the yard, and if that wasn't strange enough, the clown was in the same spot where that dog had been digging only a few days earlier. Of course, that still wasn't the weirdest thing. The weirdest thing was that I didn't see the robber in Timmy's backyard, that Mr. Ford wasn't the robber, because at that very moment he was with the police. Oh no, I whispered. I ran to the house next door. The girls were just coming down the walk. Clover, Daffodil, Steffi, I said, come with me right now. I need to go over to Eric and Ryan's for a second. I tried to keep the panic out of my voice, since I didn't want to scare them, but I did want to get off the streets as quickly as possible. Get them off the streets as quickly as possible. Oh, goody, said Daffodil. You mean we can go to one more house? Sure, sure, I said, herding them across the street, glancing over my shoulder to make sure the robber hadn't seen us. I banged on the DeWitt's door. Cynthia threw it open. Dawn, she said before I could open my mouth. I'm so glad you're here, she smiled brightly at Clover, Daffodil, and Steffi. Girls, I want you to go on upstairs and show Eric and Ryan and Timmy your candy, all right? Sunny is up there with them. The kids ran upstairs eagerly. Cynthia, I said as soon as they were out of earshot, the police have the wrong man. I know, honey, said Cynthia. That's why I was so happy to see you and the kids. I didn't want to say anything in front of the girls, but the police just made an announcement over the radio. They want everybody inside off the streets. I began. Cynthia didn't seem to hear me. Mr. Ford, John, was able to prove without a doubt that he was at a job interview at the time of the first robbery, she went on. That's great, I said, but I wanted to get to a phone fast to call the police to let them know about the robber in the Ford's backyard. I'm so happy for John, said Cynthia. She was so keyed up she didn't seem to notice that I had something to say, but I'm frightened too. That means the robber is still at large. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I finally burst out, not caring anymore if I sounded rude. He's at large right now across the street. I have to call the police. Because that went so well the first time. Dawn, you done fucked it up. Black cats have many ways to be invisible. Shadowy stairs. For fuck's sake. People do worry too much about being old. Ugh. Only bad luck in the middle of the night when you get up, bathroom, and you don't want to turn the lights on. True. Very true. R.L. Stein just turned 80 and he's still writing books. It's not worth it for candy. I know, right? All right, last chapter. And then we can all go to bed because I'm very tired. I want a house panther. Oh, my house panther, my little black kitty passed away last year. She was a very sweet little kitty. Not to be a downer or anything. I always say just whenever you know what for him they asked him in an interview. He said, "Do writers retire?" Yes, we do have Perry. I always say Perry. All departed cats are with Freddie Mercury in heaven. So that's the way that I like to think about it. Oh, we only have a few pages left. Okay, 10 pages left. Maybe 10 pages left. The police arrived within minutes. Cynthia and I watched from the window as several squad cars pulled up silently. No sirens, no flashing lights, and police officers jumped out and quietly surrounded the Ford's backyard. It happened so fast I almost missed it. The capture wasn't like the ones on TV with the chases and gunfights. I looked away for just a second, and when I looked back, the cops were leading the guy into the clown mask toward one of the cars. His hands were cuffed behind him, and his head was down. "I have to see who it is," I said. I opened the front door and ran outside before Cynthia could stop me. I ran right up to the small crowd of officers with Cynthia following. I arrived just in time to see Officer Garcia reach up and pull the mask off the robber's head like Scooby-Doo. I gasped, thinking there had been a terrible mistake. The person under the mask wasn't a man at all. It was a woman. The blonde woman from Frank's Franks. The one behind the counter who had stared at us that day. The one Sonny had pegged as an undercover agent. Now I was totally confused. There was a brief silence. Officer Garcia looked at the woman's face, down at the mask in her hand, and back to the woman. She began to speak. For a second I expected her to say something about having made a mistake, but instead she said, "You're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent." I looked at Cynthia. She was staring at the woman, frowning as if she were trying to remember something. The woman didn't meet Cynthia's gaze. She was looking down at her feet. She was wearing fly highs, and I heard her sniff. She was crying. Just as Officer Garcia finished her speech, another officer handed her something wrapped in plastic bag. "This was in the yard there," she said, "where she was digging." Officer Garcia took the object and looked at it. Even from where I was standing, I could see that it was a gun, a pew-pew. So that's why she had been digging in the yard. She must have been, goodness, hiding her gun there, and the dog that was digging that day must have been hoping for a bone. Instead, I stifled a terrible impulse to giggle. Officer Garcia handed the gun back. "Tag this as evidence," she said, "along with that mask." Then Cynthia stepped forward. "Evelyn," she said. This woman looked up, but she didn't smile. "Evelyn Ford?" The woman nodded slowly. She looked as if she were in shock. Suddenly, my stomach seemed to do a backflip. Ford? Was this woman related to Timmy somehow? It must be his mom. Cynthia stepped back so she was standing next to me and whispered into my ear, "That's Timmy's mother," she said. My stomach did another backflip. Poor Timmy has had the night. Timmy is going to be so upset. That kid already has enough to deal with. I feel like I'm losing my voice. It's time to wrap this book up. According to Stephen King, no. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised either. I'm not surprised either. This is why 13-year-olds shouldn't try to solve crimes. Timmy's Traumatizing Halloween. That actually sounds like an interesting title. Yep. Poor Timmy. All right, let's see. My stomach did another backflip. What? Why? I had so many questions I didn't even know where to start. Why? Cynthia echoed my question. Evelyn, why? You don't have to talk, ma'am, one of the officers reminded Mrs. Ford, not without a lawyer present. Oh, as if cops have the fairness of mind to remind you of that voluntarily. A lawyer, said Mrs. Ford softly. No lawyer is going to be able to help me. That's not true. I did it. I robbed those stores. I admit it. She paused, looking at Cynthia. And if you want to know why, she said a little more loudly, I'll tell you. It was for my boy, for Timmy. She started to cry. Officer Garcia put her arm around Mrs. Ford's shoulders. Are you ready to come with us? She asked gently. One of the other officers stepped forward to open the back door of a police car parked nearby. I'll come, said Mrs. Ford. But first, I just want to explain something. She turned pleading eyes to Cynthia. I love my son, she said. Oh, this is sad, she said quietly. And I want so badly for him to live with me, but how can I support him on what I make at that hot dog place? Do you know what they pay? It's not enough. Livable wages. Raise the minimum wage. Jesus Christ. It's not enough. She paused and looked down at her shoes and started to cry again. I had to spend almost a whole week's paycheck just to get shoes comfortable enough for standing all day, she said. I know it wasn't right to hold up those stores, but I just couldn't think of any other way. You could have asked me for help, said Cynthia, near tears herself. I would have tried to help you figure something out. Thanks for saying so, Mrs. Ford said with a trembly smile. She turned to Officer Garcia. I want to make sure my husband doesn't get into any trouble, she said. We're separated and he doesn't know a thing about this. I used his car when I knew he wasn't home. She closed her eyes for a moment. He might have heard I ran out of breath. Hang on. Using the robberies to look like his. I think that's why he kept the garage door closed all this time. That's probably right, said Cynthia. He's a good dad, John is, said Mrs. Ford, speaking to Cynthia again. Timmy will be safe and happy with him, I know that, but will you keep an eye on him, too, for me? I'll be glad to, said Cynthia, wiping her eyes. I couldn't stop staring at Mrs. Ford. She was obviously a very troubled woman, and I felt terrible for her. Even though what she had done was wrong, she had done it out of love for Timmy. I was so sad. I'm so sad. This is so sad. The officer stepped forward then to help Mrs. Ford into the squad car. She sat down in the back and stared straight ahead at the car, stared up the driveway. My brain, oh my god. The whole scene had taken only a few minutes. I stood there stunned. I wanted to thank you, Dawn, said Officer Garcia. For what? She got into her car. You were a big help. A big help, I said. Are you kidding? Everything I did was wrong. Uh-huh. I was sure the robber was a man, for one thing, and I told you to arrest the wrong person. I messed up totally. That's not true, she said. You made some incorrect assumptions. We all did. A few hours ago, the evidence certainly pointed to Mr. Ford, and none of us thought that the robber might be a woman. She shook her head, but you know what to do when you saw the criminal. You called us right away, and that's the main thing. You don't get credit for that. She slid behind the wheel of her car. By the way, Mr. Ford should be home soon. We'll want to question him all over again now for background on his wife. He knows his son is in good hands with the two of you. Anyway, thanks again, this poor man, she called, waving as she drove off. Cynthia and I looked at each other. Wow, I said. Wow is right, she answered. She took a deep breath and let it out. Now, don't we have a party to go to? We'd better get moving. Cynthia had agreed to be one of the chaperones at the party. Let's not tell Timmy anything for now, she said. He can enjoy the party and by the time he comes back, his dad will be home. I'm sure John will figure out the right way to explain what's happened. We headed back inside to find that the kids hadn't missed us at all. They'd been too busy trading candy, and every one of them had chocolate smears around their mouths. Child alert. Guys, we have children in the audience. His brain's struggling to keep going. Wow, and this is a children's story. Dawn didn't call in evidence when finding it, and you're praising that? Oh, sure, let's just party now and still relieve the child. Yeah, right? Crimes for Timmy is a band name. Livable wages. Were they not questioning why for the dad, or did I miss something? I guess that people were just like, "Oh, he's a biker. He must be a criminal." I don't know what the fuck they were thinking, but it was wrong. Whatever it was. Now I want candy too, Chris. We're almost done. Hour later, 4 more pages, 3 more pages and change. An hour later, the party was in full swing. The gym looked awesome with the lights turned down low and the decorations up. There was the sound of shrieking as kids took their turns going through our haunted house and of music blaring and then stopped suddenly as another group of kids played disappearing chairs. There must have been 50 kids at the party all dressed in costumes and having a terrific time. Oh, sure, there were a few teary episodes and a couple of screaming fits, but what can you expect with a bunch of kids who have been munching on candy all day long? They're having a blast, aren't they? Maggie asked me. She and I were standing near the refreshments table taking a break with some fruit chewies while Sunny and Jill supervised the games. I think Clover looks adorable. She does, doesn't she? I said, admitting Clover's bunny costume again. Maggie adjusted the ears on her Pink Panther headpiece, and Timmy's alien costume is great, she added. I agree. I said, I have a feeling he'll win a prize. Speaking of which, said Maggie, nodding towards the end of the gym, where we'd set up a platform, it looks like the judges are about ready to announce the winners. Up on the platform were Mrs. Stevens from Ellie's Variety, dressed as the bride of Frankenstein, and Cynthia wearing that hilarious matron costume. Mrs. Stevens was trying to get everyone's attention. Kids, she called. Kids? She clapped her hands, but nobody heard her. I walked up to the platform, stuck 2 fingers in my mouth, and gave a loud, piercing whistle. I hate when people do that. Damn it, Dawn. Hurts my teeth. My dad taught me how to do that, and it's a talent that really comes in handy once in a while. It certainly worked that night. Every single kid dropped what he was doing and looked up at the stage. Thank you, said Mrs. Stevens. Now, I'd like to announce the winner of the costume contest. Cynthia and I had a very, very hard time choosing since all of your costumes are so wonderful, but I think you'll agree with me that the winner for best costume has to go to Timmy Fort. Well, at least they can do is let him win if his mom's in jail and his dad was in jail earlier. A cheer went up. Everybody loved Timmy's alien costume. Timmy approached the stage shyly and accepted his chocolate trophy with a grin. He said, that means thank you on the planet I come from. Hell yeah, Timmy. And this happy ending just doesn't work for this. Really well as a movie. Good for him. Timmy's the kid in the book who's been having a very rough time, a very bad Halloween. Everybody cracked up. Then they burst into applause. Timmy took a bow and left the platform. Cynthia and Mrs. Stevens continued to hand out dozens of prizes for everything from cutest, that went to Clover naturally, to most original, which went to Eric, who was wearing his lifesavers outfit. A few kids I didn't know won prizes. A boy dressed as Captain Hook won fanciest, and a girl wearing a basketball uniform won for most athletic. Finally, Mrs. Stevens announced that all the prizes had been given out. Cynthia tapped on her shoulder. Aren't you forgetting one? She asked. She leaned over and whispered in Mrs. Stevens' ear. Oh, of course, Mrs. Stevens. We do have one final prize. It's for best last-minute costume, and it goes to one of the hosts of the wonderful party. Dawn shouldn't win anything. Come on, Dawn Schaefer. I mean, Pippi Longstocking. Will you come up here, please, and accept your trophy? I was so surprised that I jumped back and my braids, which were sticking straight out from my head, bounced. Then I clomped up the platform in my dad's shoes. Congratulations, Dawn, said Cynthia, winking at me. Great costume, said Mrs. Stevens. Thanks, I replied. I love being Pippi back when I was 8, and it's even more fun now. I looked at the chocolate trophy and wondered what I'd do with it. Maybe I could send it to Stony Brook. Claudia would love it. I turned and it would melt. I turned and waved to the crowd of kids. Happy, happy Halloween, everybody. I yelled, oh my god, it's over. We're done. We did it. It's over. Yeah. Rest your merch fucked on. Imagine not devouring the trophy immediately, right? That was just too long. It was very long. It didn't need to be almost 150 pages. It was too long. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna let you guys go. Thank you guys so much. Um, otherwise, yes, thank you for watching, liking, commenting, subscribing, sharing. Shout out to everybody. Um, Shout out to the mods for keeping us safe. Shout out to the members. We appreciate all of you. I'm gonna have to there's something weird with this live stream. I'm gonna have to make sure it looks okay on the back end and maybe edit out some of the more egregious parts. I don't know. But anyway, um, thank you guys. I'll try to fix whatever's going on here before tomorrow night. Bye, everybody. Bye. See you guys next time.